make sure that the average wage in companies in quintiles and medians, so that average wage would be announced according to genders as well. So that would bring more transparency into the distribution of the wages fund. That would promote greater gender equality in terms of payment, wages. Thank you very much to the initiators of the project, of the conference, and I know that many people are listening in, so I'd like to offer more information and we are planning more additional measures. We have impact-centered funding mechanisms, so if you have good ideas, please come to us with these ideas and we'll find ways to make sure they're implemented. My colleague Eglė will join you later.
Thank you, Mr. Eitvydas. Next person who had to join us for the greeting session, it was Director of the European Institute for Gender Equality, Caroline Sheen, but unfortunately she was not able to participate, so I will pass the word to Eglė Kazlauskaitė, Deputy. Dear participants,
Dėkoju organizatoriams už kvietimą dalyvauti.
Thank you very much for possibility to participate in this conference on this very important topic. I'm representing the EU, and equality, gender equality is one of the main and essential rights we have, one of the main values we treasure in the EU. It's also very important to mention that gender equality is the main principle in the EU. When we talk about gender equality, we have to remember that gender equality is very important for economics. It is one of the preconditions for welfare, more employment, efficiency, better results, and we consider that better gender equality would help the EU to increase gross domestic product by 6% by 2025. We could say that the EU is leader as far as gender equality is concerned, because 14 out of 20 global countries, those 14 countries are leaders worldwide. And the last decades really saw very significant steps as far as gender equality, because there are a lot of cooperation on different levels, on the country level, on state levels, but still this question has to be tackled. There are no final decisions, because there are no European countries where gender equality is at a perfect state, because we still have a gender pay gap, and different gaps in the various fields of our economy. If we talk about gender equality aspects, we could narrow it to the question, to the challenge which will be tackled within this conference. It is gender pay gap. This principle has been enrooted 60 years ago, and it was repeated in 2017 when the EU Social Rights Act has been enforced, but we can see that there is some gap and the deviation in theory and in reality. We can see that about 14% gender pay gap we can see in practice. So it means that 2 months women work for free if we compare them with men and their income. So when you tackle this gender pay gap and different factors contributing to that, and the reasons which have been unveiled during different research and studies, but in general we can say that gender pay gap is caused by glass ceiling, working part-time because they go for childcare, for parent care, and they have some breaks in their career. Of course, stereotypes and discrimination are also one causes contributing to that. I believe that 9 out of 10 men and women in Europe consider that women getting less payment is not unacceptable, and 9 out of 10 Europeans say that tackling this issue of gender pay gap would encourage creating a better welfare in the society. So what can the EU do to help to tackle this gender equality and pay gap? About 6 months ago, the European Commission passed the strategy for gender equality until 2025, and the European Commission, chaired by Ursula von der Leyen, the first leader of the European Commission, woman, female leader, her goal is to help the European Union become the union of equality, where boys and girls, men and women would have equal opportunities to choose their path in life, to achieve their goals. And this equality strategy has the main objectives as follows: reduction of violence against women, equal opportunities for employment, equal pay, and tackling different politics for balancing gender equality. So the strategy also indicates that if you want to reduce gender pay gap, you have to tackle such issues as less participation of women in labor market, part-time for working in the fields where income and pay is less for women. When we have information about the wage rate, it's easier to define differences and the discrimination. When we lack the transparency, a lot of women, they do not know that they earn less for the same work than men. So by the end of this year, the European Commission took the commitment to provide some compulsory transparency means as far as the wage is concerned, and they will foresee some measures in order to take away certain administrative burden for the staff in different institutions. And to summarize, I would like to say that any strategies and their implementations cannot be successful without financial and our participation and involvement, cooperation between different institutions, government, and other media. So I would like to say and to wish you to have this conference successful and revealing different challenges and issues, and working together we will reach solutions on equality, and women will avoid obstacles and allow women to use all the potential, and they are paid equally, and have a nice conference.
Ir dabar sveikinimo žodį kviesti Rugilę Andziukevičiūtę-Buzę, ministro pirmininkę.
For Mrs. Rugilė Andziukevičiūtė, the floor is yours, advisor to the Prime Minister of the Local Government, Regional and Social Policy.
First of all, I'd like to greet everyone gathered in these rooms, and also thank our conference organizers, researchers, NGOs, and partners who've been raising this relevant issue for discussion in order to reveal deeper layers and deeper problems hiding behind the facade. And these issues have become very clear in the face of the COVID crisis. It happens that sometimes we're facing difficulties. We disclose other challenges as well. COVID pandemic has mostly impacted women, and by 1.8 times compared to men, even though Women comprise 39% of the labor market, global labor market. Their losses comprised approximately half. Quite a lot of the speakers today already mentioned that women have to carry the burden of household chores. They care for their elderly relatives and children, and these are the reasons why they withdraw from the labor market, which diminishes their career opportunities, future pensions, and also increase the risk of poverty. The quarantine and COVID-19 pandemic touched women more in Lithuania as well, as we saw services sector closing, and women usually provide more services, and they faced unemployment more compared to men. We already have some research results saying that people worked 1/3 less of hours, and this issue also was faced by women more than men. So knowing the situation, we do have make a more in-depth analysis and discuss the findings. We can rejoice in the fact that the gender pay gap is closing slowly. However, we still have issues as the gap persists. Social insurance pensions still have quite a large gender gap, and we shouldn't also focus on the gap in terms of wages, but also look at social risks and the risks related to poverty and living behind the threshold of risk. And women face poverty in much greater numbers compared to men. And I'd like to briefly mention some of the government decisions that contribute or at least recognize the feminization of poverty, although not directly, but contribute to the reduction of the risk, increasing the minimal wage and the basic amount, which means a lot for women working in the public sector, teachers, cultural workers, other public service employees. And these two figures, the basic wage and minimum wage and basic amount of wage is important, knowing that women are less than men. Since January of this year, which is very important to stress, that women who look after the disabled and who are not yet retired, they are insured, they are provided with social insurance, which will make sure that their pension gap is not going to be as large, and they would not face problems related to withdrawing from the labor market due to this care of the elderly or the disabled. And we do need measures in this respect to make sure that women are released and they have other solutions other than stay at home and look after their family members. And we also need some measures in childcare policy, and hopefully Lithuania is going to implement the directive related to childcare, and in the upcoming 6 months we'll have interesting discussions on childcare policy and its directions, how we'll motivate men to contribute more. Will that mean shortening the child care period, vacations, as we call them, for child raising, and maternity, paternity leaves? But we see that the focus is going to be placed on this issue, and relating the fact that the longer a woman remains in the maternity leave, the greater is the risk of less pay and greater poverty risk and a smaller pension, which shows that we have to work better with the development of kindergartens and schools. And the ministry is looking at possible ways to provide solutions to release women to work by providing kindergartens. In large cities, we have up to 90 to 100% of children attending kindergartens, but in some regions, it's only 30% of kids who can attend kindergartens, or 60%, which means that all other children are looked after by their mothers at home, which also diminishes the possibility of women to secure a good job, a career, and to be integrated in the labor market. This is another challenge for the future. I'd also like to mention that quite recently, maybe 2 weeks ago, the government approved the 10-year strategy, which is the National Progress Plan. And it's good to know that equal rights, equal opportunities is our horizontal priority, and we have the objective to become number 15 in the Gender Equality Index, which shows that we have to do quite a lot to achieve such a high place in the index. We have also programmed some activities that should allow us to provide better balance between work and life. And hopefully, these measures are going to help ministries and other organizations to integrate this horizontal priority into their activities and plans. I should also mention another achievement, the law on equality between men and women, the obligation of the employer to announce the equal opportunities policy, and the labor inspection is starting to look after this area, educating employers how to rectify the found breaches of the law. And it was also talked about other measures planned on announcing wages to make sure that the pay is more transparent. That should help women as well to become opinion formers and to make their voices heard. We could also think about other steps that could be made by ministries and the government, and we have discussions about state-governed enterprises and following the policy that aims to depoliticize state-governed enterprises, state-owned enterprises. I think we should look into the situation of how many men and women sit on state enterprise boards. Maybe that would help us to become a state among the leaders that would include more women in such boards making decisions, and that could become a nice example. I do believe that NGO participation, as well as the voice of the civic society in changing the attitude and the situation, is even more important. We do have good examples showing that these discussions are taking place and the topics are important. Women Go Tech and other programs that have become very popular in promoting technical professions among women. Also, other public figures like our singer Erica Jennings, who are focusing on women discrimination and inequality in our society, promoting discussions, also businesses trying to compare equal opportunities and find solutions. All these efforts show that we are making steps forward and will, of course, support such solutions and decisions. I don't think that laws can become a stimulus unless the society is ready, wants to become a leader, use platforms such as trade unions or labor councils to discuss this gender pay gap or inequality of opportunities. So I hope that your research and the discussions of today will contribute to finding more solutions to reduce this gender pay gap. Have a good conference.
Thank you very much, dear Rugile. And I do believe that our government has this goal to get on the number 15 according to this index. And now I would like to give the floor to the rector of Mykolas Romeris University, partner of our project, Professor Dr. Inga Žalėnienė, to greet the conference, and we'll have a remote greeting. Once again, sorry for some technical issues. They're being tackled and solved.
Dear participants of the conference, dear guests, dear colleagues, I'm very happy having this opportunity to greet you in the conference, which today will look into this difficult issue of gender pay gap. This topic is not new. It's been looked at and analyzed by many researchers around the globe, and it's still relevant. And it encourages us to look for solutions to achieve equity and equal opportunities. Mykolas Romeris University is actively contributing to equality studies. In 2015, the university established Gender Economics Laboratory, which issues fundamental publications, research articles, and our researchers are actively participating in thematic events and various initiatives. Starting with 2018, the university participates in the project initiated by the Ministry of Social Security and Labor on the reduction of gender pay gap. And this project, we provided interesting trends and results on changes that are going to be introduced to you during the course of today by our researchers. According to the latest European Institute for Gender Equality results, Lithuania is 73rd out of 100 according to labor results. 73 out of 100 points, and in terms of employment, is 77% for women, and for men it's 79%. So this data clearly shows that women of our country are active participants of the labor market. They're well educated and they contribute to creation of added value in the GDP. Therefore, it's clear that equal pay for equal work should become a norm of our society. Despite different stereotypes and issues such as horizontal segregation, which still distributes professions into male and female, glass ceiling that creates barriers in the path of in the career path of women, and looking retrospectively over the period of 30 years during our independence, Lithuanian legislation achieved quite impressive results. First of all, our legislation has been developed when certain policies were implemented. We systematically implement the program on equal opportunities between men and women of 1915-1921, also promoting equality in the labor market, and one of the priority areas, reducing the gender pay gap. Over the years, we saw changes in stereotypes related to women employees, women workers. I'd like to wish you productive work, interesting insights, and lively discussions. I would like to assure you that Mykolo Romeris University and our researchers will continue contributing to equality studies and research that will help to achieve gender equality de facto in most areas of our lives.
Thank you, Ms. Inga, once again, and thank you to everyone who sent their greetings to our conference. And we would like to start our keynote lectures, and the first lecturer representing our partners of the project, Mykolo Romeris University, it's Dr. Eglė Krinickienė, habilitated professor. Ona Gražina Rakauskienė and Ms. Vaida Servetkienė, they will introduce the survey research, not only one, but several researches done. So please, the floor is yours, Dr. Eglė, and the topic is reasons for the gender pay and pension gap.
Tai laba diena, gerbėmieji.
Good afternoon, dear participants of the conference, dear guests, dear colleagues. I would like to start my presentation and to introduce our survey and research. It took 2 years, and the Gender Economy Lab of Mykolos Romeris University, together with the Social Security and Labor Ministry and Ministry Information Center, they were working on the project, which is on the final stage, and it's called Reduction of the Gender Pay Gap. And we wanted to reveal, to analyze reasons of the gender pay gap, why this happens, and to provide recommendations, certain insights which would contribute to avoiding this phenomenon. It's very important because gender pay gap, it leads to pension gap by gender, and later on it causes negative phenomenon, risk of poverty in older age, especially for women which are above 75, and I will talk about that later in my slides. So, despite the European Union and Lithuanian legislations, which state about equal pay for equal work, still women earn less than men. And the Department of Statistics of Lithuania, and other sources, they state that in 2017, women and men pay gap was 15%. Now it is getting less, especially if we take 2019, it was only 12%, while the average in EU, it is 16%. If we talk about economic activities, as it was mentioned by Mr. Vice Minister during his greeting, the gap is a long-term gap in the social and financial field. It's 38%, and then it is information and relations and social security work, and the gap is lower in the transports and the warehousing. So, as I told during this project, we try to analyze the reasons why this gender pay gap appears in our society. And we have distinguished or unveiled several reasons. Of course, they have been tackled previously, not once, but we still want to go back to those reasons because they do cause negative consequences later on, especially for women as a more sensitive social group. If we talk about double employment of women in a market economy and a family care economy, I would like to talk more about family care economy. What is that? It is the work that women worldwide do every day as a daily chores: food preparation, child upbringing, looking after the elderly people, disabled people in the family, and by stereotypes, it is usually taken by the women in the family. That's why this family care economy is called like women's economy. And we say that it's the statement by Ona Gražina Rakauskienė that family care economy, it should be taken as a full scale of economy which has some value added to gross domestic product, because those daily chores which I have listed previously, and plus the main work, it is working in the economy, in the labor market. This additional value for the daily chores a woman has to take, it's not measured and not assessed. If we take the employment rates for women and men in the 28 countries of EU, the tendency is that the employment of women is slightly less, But if we take 2017, Lithuanian situation, we can see that women unemployment is just 1% behind it means that women are really employed and really busy in the labor market as much as men. And we say that they have to take care of their work and to take care of their family. So, employment of women, you can see in the slide, you see it by 9% in 2017. It exceeds the average of EU. It means that women are really busy and employed in Lithuania. And this gap in women's and men's employment gives a peculiar information because the average in EU is about 11%. The biggest gap, as you see, is in Malta, in Greece and Italy, and Lithuania is as if a leading country where women and men have only 1% in difference with regards to employment. And should we rejoice or should we get concerned? Because it is like a double rate, having in mind that women have to take care of their family, plus they are fully employed in the labor market as much as men on the same level. So we are concerned and have doubts whether it is a very good phenomenon that we revealed by this graph, or maybe women is a really abused labor resource, which are really full employed in the labor market and have to take care of their families in full extent. In Lithuania, gender inequality in the labor market, it's also seen in the unemployment rates. Usually, unemployment rate for women is less. In 2018, unemployment was 5.7%. For men, it was a little bit bigger, 7.1%. I would like to pay your attention to a negative phenomenon when we have unemployed men and women having higher education. And women with higher education or university education, this part of women in 2017, among unemployed, it was quite a big amount, 24.9%, if we take all the unemployed women. Talking about the reasons on the gender pay gap, we mentioned the glass ceilings, which do talk about horizontal segregation, division of female and male professions. I have distinguished what are the fields for the male and female areas. And as you see on the slide, it's human health, social welfare, and so on. And men are more focused on gas, air conditioning, construction, transporting, and warehousing. And usually those male areas are better paid than the female areas in labor market. That's why it causes this gender pay gap. And gender pay gap also is caused by the vertical segregation in the labor market. And of course, the women can see their career possibilities, but they do feel the glass ceiling, and they need as double as much of the efforts to break this the ceiling. And usually in the senior management, you can see more men. It's only 11% who are among the senior management level. And now, what are the negative consequences of the gender pay gap? I mean the pension gap here. And the figures are really impressive. Average in EU is 36%, and in Lithuania it is 16%, the gap. So if we compare to very strong European countries, the gender gap in Lithuania, having in mind pension gap, maybe it's not relatively significant, but we have to think that in Lithuania, the pensions are really low. And when a woman receives €288 of retirement pay, and the difference is 59 euro in comparison with male pensions. Still, this difference is quite significant if you take euros. So this gender pay gap, it becomes like a punishment which has to be borne by women in their elder ages, and to pay for all her work she has done in all her life. And here you see men and women above 75 and risk of poverty. If the EU average is 22%, if we talk about the women, it's much bigger than the one of men. In Lithuania is among the negative leaders on this chart, where women above 75, their risk of poverty is 53%. And if you compare with the men, it's 27.9. It's significantly lower. So, shortly introducing our Mykolas Romeris University research within this project, I would like to say that we had surveys of employees where 100 different age men and women were surveyed, and there was a qualitative interview done in order to get certain replies. And then there was pay difference logib measure applied. And going back to the survey of the employees, men and women, the task was to clarify the approach of women with respect to gender pay gap and gender pay, and their possibility and ability to plan their finance, achieve career, to develop business, and other measures and plans for the future pension with respect to the gender equality. If we talk about the survey of employers, we wanted to define the gender equality aspect for leaders who take the decisions on salaries and wages, which would be really influential later on for the pension level, whether the same pay is ensured for the same work. And this innovative research and assessment method will be introduced by my colleague Vaida. It is a logib measure. It is a widely used in Europe self-monitoring tool, which was developed by the Swiss Federal Office on Gender Equality. It's really a self-assessment tool which allows to provide an initial picture on the gender pay gap in a company, and then this company has to take certain steps to reduce that gender pay gap. So thank you very much for your attention, and I will ask my colleagues, Dr. Rauskienė and Sirvitkienė, to take the floor.
Noriu pakviesti
I would like to invite Professor Ona Gražina Rakauskienė. I forgot to mention that if you want to pose questions, you can do so via Facebook, and we'll later hand them over to the presenters who will be able to answer them. Thank you.
Yra. Gerai. Ačiū. Gerbiami konferencijos.
Dear organizers of the conference, dear colleagues, dear guests joining the conference remotely, well, we do know that although the most up-to-date information on the quality index states that Lithuania is moving towards the progress at a speed of a snail. Lithuania is among the countries that made no progress since 2005. I'd like to see that issues related to gender equality are in my focus for 30 years, and my colleagues have been looking into these issues for 15, 20 years. And when we started working on this research, these results were a surprise to us. Talking to employees, employers, we saw a shift in the attitude towards gender equality over the period of 30 years. And the greatest achievement over the 25 years is that stereotypes towards gender equality changed. And if earlier, especially men, would look upon this issue with a grin, it's not happening anymore. Everybody is or seems to accept this issue as a normal issue. It's no longer funny. Previous stereotypes maintained that the differences in the society between men and women are inborn, so we are born different. And all the measures in the private and public, gender was mainstreamed through planning future activities, planning budget, and activity instruments, various instruments to tackle inequality. And now we have new gender that looks at gender equality as a normal topic, and young men and women are taking interest in the issues, and they no longer doubt the need for gender equality. To change stereotypes and thinking of people is a very difficult challenge. So we cannot ignore this new phenomenon in Lithuania. And as my colleague already mentioned, over the period of 25 years, we saw a change in the attitude of employers towards women. And we saw a new trend that employers noted that there is no discrimination towards women. We interviewed municipality heads, heads of administrations, and we were very pleasantly surprised to find that employers looked at women as a working potential quite highly and evaluated their abilities quite highly. And the research outcomes, I'm sorry, I forgot about my slides. So this is what I already said. But our results, looking at income depending on gender, pose new challenges. And our respondents also accentuated these new challenges, that there is big age discrimination issue, especially pre-pension and pension age. If a woman is 45 and loses a job, it's very difficult for her to secure a new position. Such challenge has been analyzed in Lithuania, but it's quite frequently understood as at certain age, income should start diminishing. However, the professional potential is an underused resource of the state, having in mind the figures of immigration, and we should actually employ it more effectively. This challenge is very closely related to mid-life crisis issue, which is a new idea when talking about gender studies and gender equality studies. Midlife crisis is becoming a very new challenge. In Lithuania, it's not analyzed enough. It doesn't have enough attention. While in the world, we can see that it is becoming a center of attention and also a focus of psychological sciences. We can see more and more research efforts and studies on economic resistance and poverty. But midlife crisis, looking from the professional point of view, and I'm not going to dwell on the topic too much, as I don't have much to show in my slides, talking about this aspect. And I don't want to draw attention away from the key topic, starting to talk about psychology, but basically there are some important statements about midlife crisis. We do know that life has certain stable periods of life and changes, and we all undergo changes once. While staying quite comfortable in life, we start understanding that someone or we did not realize our potential and we didn't achieve what we dreamed of. So, first of all, undermining the results we achieved during the lifetime when the surrounding people recognize them, diminish our self-worth, and also certain worries about our health, and also spiritual searching can contribute to such midlife crisis. So you can read about it more, but basically it is one of the most difficult periods in our lifetime. It could be described as a critical period of life. And development by age also pushes us towards the pre-pension crisis of life. This midlife crisis could be looked at as a breaking point, bringing some negative outcomes and life difficulties that follow. But there are some possible positive outcomes because people tend to disclose who they are, find themselves, and the professional development is continuing on the basis of some professional achievements. So this is the point of professional summit, and professional certain requirements remain the same. And of course, there are some differences between men and women when we talk about midlife crisis, and our research demonstrates that firstly, men and women overgo this midlife crisis differently, and women go through more emotional instability. They lose the reason for living and worry about the future. Men don't undergo so many emotional issues, but face psychological discomfort. Midlife crisis for women makes them more vulnerable, and I would like to illustrate it in figures. Difficulties differ by gender, and this is what our research demonstrates. This table you see in front of you helps us to understand that men 51 to 60 years of age are in lower pay intervals. And if we look at women, color yellow, they are mostly in the lower income intervals than men in higher income intervals. So if we look in more detail, when we reach 36 to 50 and 51 to 60 years of age for women, they are concentrating by age In low-income intervals, color red, 36 to 50 red is in up to 600 euros, and we have 59% approximately of such women's. And from 51 to 65, we have 57% of them. They are concentrating color yellow in the lower interval. When we have young women of 25 to 35, orange, they amount to 59% of a higher income interval, so higher than 600 up to 1,400 euros. Secondly, comparing the distribution of income among women by age in comparison to men, we can draw a conclusion that men stay in the labor market longer and they earn more. From 21.7% of young men amounted from 1,000 to 1,800, in comparison to 6% of the same age women in the same interval. If we look at the 36 to 50 years of men, we have 25% of men and only 8% of women. And when we look at 51 to 65, color yellow of women, no one receives high incomes when we see quite a large number of men from 1,400 euros in earnings in this interval. And the third finding, looking at payment differentiation, if women income distribution is dominated in the age group in 36 to 50 and employed men, this age interval is from 51, and they have approximately 35% of such earners. So hypothetically, we can state that women are pushed out of the labor market earlier than men, and their payment is lower. So this is about earnings, income. If we talk about the summit of career for men and women, during the interviews, we asked how old were you when you reached the summit of your career in terms of wages and activity. 40% and more women said that it was in the age of 25 to 35. Meanwhile, men, more than 40%, reached the summit, the career, in the age of 36 and 50, and later, the summit was reached only by 27% of women when they reach older age. And if we talk about the age of 50 and more, the figures are much smaller, only 5% for men and women. So when we reach 50, our people, especially women, face mid-age crisis. They are pushed out of their profession, although they have experience and they've raised children, and they could serve for the well-being of the country's economy with lengthening life, and knowing that the World Health Organization confirmed that old age starts with 75, we can actually draw a conclusion that we are not using this resource properly. And a little bit about insufficiency of income. I'd like to underline that mostly insufficiency of income is felt by our people for leisure. People have no money to leave the country for vacations. They usually spend time enter in the country. And 57% of working age people don't have enough money for leisure, and 37% of women among them. So we see that women don't have a lot of money to put aside for leisure, for culture, and other higher needs. So compared to Western Europeans who can travel around the world, our people spend their time in nature and gardening plots, working quite intensely in agriculture. So after you reach the middle age and an older age. So what is the behavior like in overcoming economic difficulties? I'd like to briefly say that most Lithuanians, especially women, have an active position trying to find ways out of the situation. Although the behavior of men and women is different. If women usually continue learning, try to gain new professions and secure a second job, men focus on their career, choose a job in well-paid sectors, and aim to become leaders. About 13% of men and 10% of women also plan to secure a job abroad. But this activeness is more characteristic to younger people. I'm not going to dwell on the subject anymore, but looking at women and genders, maybe you've read what's written on the slide already, but during the interviews we found that, of course, you have to remember that every top manager of a company, man or woman, and of course they don't speak very openly, but our interviews were rather open, friendly, and in-depth. And most employers, they appreciate the competence and also human abilities and qualities, faculties of people, and recognize that both genders are important. Talking about emotional intellect, of course, women are stronger in this respect, but most respondents said that and women and men can successfully be leaders in different areas, in different sectors. And I don't want to go into much detail, but basically we drew a conclusion from our interviews with employers that most respondents said that they don't mind gender. What's important is for someone to know the job, to be professional, and to be a specialist in their field. And I'd like to underline that we were surprised by this attitude, because earlier we've made similar interviews and we can see a shift in the attitude. And it's a huge surprise, dear colleagues. So talking about employers, and I'd like to sum up by saying or naming some conclusions that in the area of gender equality in the labor market, we've reached an essential progress. However, we also see a big age discrimination starting from the age of 45. Especially later to pre-pension and pension age. Human and intellectual potential of older women is underused, used ineffectively, or is not used at all. And the society loses a lot due to this fact. The life crisis has moved due to the lengthened life. And in some countries, this mid-age crisis starts early, and we see that in our country, this crisis comes a bit later. But women's life crisis is really clearly felt at the age of 50 and later. And at this age, a woman becomes very vulnerable and is in the really vulnerable age group because women in pension age face poverty risk. Having this life professional career experience, still having a very high potential ability to take measured risks and decisions. So when designing gender equality policy, firstly, we should pay our attention to this underused potential of older women and diminishing their discrimination. We should not only look at gender and age groups, but also professional abilities of women. So we need differentiated solutions for women at the summit of their career and lower qualified women, their ability and their potential, which would allow using human resources more effectively, having in mind the emigration figures in order to develop wealth in our country. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, dear Onutė.
Pakviesti pristatyti Lygiai.
Thank you, dear Onutė. And now I would like to ask Dr. Daiva Servetkienė to introduce Lygiai method. Dear participants, dear guests, as my colleague, Gender Economics Lab leader, told that this is our project we tackled together, and one of the parts was for Lygiai method to practically define if the companies keep paying equally for equal work. So we have been using Lygiai method. It's not something new worldwide. This self-monitoring tool has been developed 14 years ago in Switzerland, but Lithuania, it was not using it widely. Why we used it, we wanted to make it a pilot assessment, but we wanted to show to the companies and to encourage them to use this tool for self-assessment, because right now the labor code enrooted the policy for equal pay for equal work. So shortly about this survey, we had 10 companies participating, not many companies, in order to have very revealing results, but still we had 10 companies and institutions, and it was enough for the initial picture. And we had more than 1,000 employees, and 5 public sector companies and 5 companies from the private sector. It's not only from the capital. There were some companies from the other towns. This Lygiai method has some limitations, and those limitations are the number of employees. The company has to have more than 50%. There has to be certain distribution by gender. At least 20% have to be of a different gender in order to be able to use this special assessment tool. The data was depersonalized. We had data about the experience, competences, requirements for the position, the responsibility they have to take, and of course about their wage. what has been defined and what main things could be highlighted. This assessment tool can define if there is a gender pay gap in the company, and if it is there, what is the percentage rate, and then to justify it or find unjustified grounds. Maybe it's based on the requirements, on the responsibility, on the competencies. So all these things have been taken in consideration to provide the recommendations. And later on, at the later stage, we check if we have a gender pay gap and what could be the recommendations. What is the main essence of applying this tool? And what this way we could reveal whether there are certain discrimination manifestations in the companies with respect to gender pay gap. Here you can see the gender pay gap in the third column. The rater goes from -15. It means that women get less paid by 15% than men. In some companies, as you see, we have 14% gap where men get less paid than women by 14%, as you see. It's, to be exact, 14.6. But this is calculated arithmetical difference in pay. The fourth column gives more information. It does not correlate with the general pay gap. Here we can see unjustified indexes, and where some gender discrimination could be witnessed. In the first company, if the main gap is not big, if you take the calculation, it's 2.7, but the last column shows 7% gender pay gap. If we take in general those 10 companies for this assessment, this data really gives us optimistic approach that there were no big gender pay gaps or discrimination manifestations where certain companies have take serious steps. In some time, we would like to repeat that assessment and to see if there are any new manifestations of discrimination on gender. As you see, there are discrimination manifestations not only with respect to women, but also with men. In one of the company, we saw some possible discrimination towards men. Of course, in a year or two, this company should repeat this assessment. Maybe it was some periodic or an instant discrimination, or is it some certain in-rooted systematic discrimination policy in the company? So the results in one more slide, stating information about gender pay gap. In this survey, as we know, we don't have too many companies participating. Statistically, we have a 15% gap with respect to gender. And as I've mentioned before, our wish was within the frame of this project to show the companies that there are certain self-assessment tools available, and one of them is Logib. It's always possible to be downloaded. You can use it periodically within the company by HR or some other departments in the company, and they could select the information, could draw conclusions, and use this perfect self-assessment tool to be sure that we do ensure equal pay for equal work. That would be a short summarizing of the project, and I would like to wish all the companies and enterprises to follow sustainable pay management. Thank you very much, dear Vaida. I would like to ask the audience if we have any questions among the people in the hall. So the microphone will be brought to you, so you could ask. Good afternoon. I would like to say that I have previously had some information about your survey and research, and we used to analyze it during certain trainings, and I like this survey and research. Of course, 10 companies, it's too little companies to make and draw serious conclusions, but I would like to comment slightly. One term has been translated in a wrong way, and it really changes the whole concept. In English, it was explanation of the difference, and you wrote justification of the difference. The fact that women are higher in labor market, or women or men are higher in labor market, it's not justified. It is explained the reason. It's just a nicety, but it does have certain connotation. Thank you very much for this comment. I am not an English specialist, so we took it as a synonym, but we will take into consideration your remark and we'll use the proper word in the future. One more question. Arnas Danevičius, Social Security and Labor Ministry. I wanted to ask regarding your qualitative interviews, and now you surveyed certain companies also. Did you observe certain differences among different positions in a company? For example, if we take senior positions in the company, men and women, and some blue-collar workers or in the company, because we saw only sectors in your slides. So it would be one question, and next question would be my observation that sometimes discrimination can be invisible, and as Professor said, the opportunities are equal, a lot of positive outcomes, but if we take certain situations which I witnessed recently, and media described certain positions which are not favored by men. For example, if we take gyms, and the cleaners in the gyms, they are usually women. So what should we do to have more male or men in those positions? Should we increase the pay? How should we promote different gender for certain positions? Thank you very much. If we take your first question, we did not present very detailed information of the survey, but of course each company received more detailed information based on this self-assessment tool, gap based on age, gap based on the other criteria, as you mentioned, the senior position and the blue-collar workers. There were 5 categories analyzed. So each company received those data. There were no significant differences or some highlights, but each company, they could analyze those different sections on different aspects. And if we take your second question, of course, we most probably should allow the market itself to self-regulate. There should be no stereotypes with respect to male or female areas or professions or positions. That's what's one. And while we inside still have this approach, sometimes it looks very strange when you have a male teacher in the kindergarten and so on. And as Professor Drakauskienė has just mentioned, we do have a new generation now which really takes gender equality normally, has a normal approach, and of course we should not take some enforcing measures or policies to push men into certain positions. The main thing is to educate leaders, and as we know that at this moment all the decision-taking positions, they really appreciate and give prevalence to the competences and knowledge for the position, not for the gender. Certain leaders of the companies, they were surprised by the data, by the percentage, by the rates. They thought that everything is okay, we don't discriminate based on gender, but they found that some aspects have to be tackled. Maybe it's just a few % difference, but so this self-assessment tool allows to notice certain changes or deviations on a micro level in a company. I hope I replied to your question. Thank you. Any more questions? If no, then I would like to ask Onute, what do you think? There is a tendency in Lithuania, it seems that the gender pay gap is getting lower. What is your opinion? What is will it continue, or we still are missing certain steps to ensure the continuity of this process? You know what will be in the future, what will happen, because having my experience, as I've been involved in prospecting and for many years, it's very difficult to guess what will happen. We have been planning different strategies. They have never been implemented to full extent. It's very difficult to guess what will happen in the future or to project to the future, but we can think about that, can try to use our imagination. The tendency is, as I have told, that this gender pay gap is getting lower. Now it's only 12% in 2019, as I've told in my presentation. Sorry for my telephone. I thought I have it on silent mode. Now, this presentation by my colleague Vaida about the Lygiai self-assessment tool, it's really an interesting survey. When you have some certain serious factors, they still are unveiled, even if you have just 10 companies. If you take discrimination based on gender equality, of course, there could be some other factors. There could be childcare. It's an objective factor, and it is out of labor market for that moment. But if we take discrimination on gender according to the Lygiai method, and it shows only 7%, and I still am pessimistic, actually. If we see the changes within the last 25 years with respect to stereotypes, our people now, they really look on this gender equality in a normal way. Nobody would be mocking when asked. No. At the moment, we were really surprised within the frame of this survey. I believe that this gender pay gap will be naturally reducing up to 7%. And I would like to say a few words regarding the question previously given. How can we be sure about the data, about the change of the attitude from the employers towards the woman employee? We had such an idea when we talked to the leader. Of course, each leader, they want to present their company in the nicest way. We thought, how could we avoid that we could talk to the women on a lower positions, to ask them what they would say. Maybe they would openly say that they are discriminated. But we did not talk to any cleaners, though we do have this survey stating that this is the survey of the employees, but there we can see that we have moved forward towards gender equality. Of course, the EU gender equality Institute, they do have certain criteria regarding the gender equality. Of course, if we use some other criteria, we might have a different situation. I would like to say that we should not dramatize this gender equality problem in Lithuania. We do have discrimination age-wise. So each leader, each employer really emphasized this issue. Unexpectedly, we do have this problem highlighted. Thank you, Ms. Onutė. Your presentation and your ideas give us optimistic feeling. Going as down as 7% in gap closing, I'm not so much optimistic when I see our education system, but still, I want to thank all the participants. We'll have a short break now, and at 12 o'clock, we will open the first discussion regarding recommendations for gap closing in Lithuania.
I'm so sorry, interpreters have no sound. Just a minute, please.
Techniniai nesklandumai.
We're sorry for the technical difficulties. The pay gap is an important issue not only for women but also for men. And I'm very glad that in this audience we not only have people representing women but also people representing men. Why have we decided to talk about insurance and finance sector? Firstly, because these sectors have a very significant gender pay gap. Even though we can rejoice in the fact that our overall pay gap is smaller than in most EU countries. But in this sector, in the sector of finance and insurance, it amounts to 36%. So we have to dwell upon the implementation of the recommendation of the United Nations, which aims to implement equal pay for equal work principle and to reduce or eradicate the pay gap. Our ministry, the Ministry of the Labor Inspection, made a survey of 20 companies and more, and mostly we took interest in the issue, why does this sector have such a huge gender pay gap? What we've noted, or what the representatives of the inspection noted, the key issue was found in certain minimum and maximum wages or intervals for the same type of work. So basically, top managers would decide what wage should be paid to what employee, and there were no objective criteria or system or instrument explaining why one or another wage would be allocated for one or another employee. And it's probably not a secret, but these companies usually have quite an interesting distribution of professions by gender. Client service is more, customer service is more about women. IT and other better paid professions are usually positions filled by men. And interestingly, this difference determines such an enormous gender pay gap. We tried to look at how many men and women earn more than 2,000 euros, and what's interesting is comparing the years 2019 and 2020 second quarter, we can see that an increase of 2% among women, so from 38 to 41%, I believe. And the positions are shifting. However, in the sectors that have the smallest wage, they still have their own significance, which determines a smaller wage paid to women. And it's not a secret that in Lithuania we have a situation when more top management positions are occupied by men, and these positions do earn more. So certain reasons for gender pay gap also amount to lack of criteria, clear criteria for wage differences, and there are no procedures that would be implemented by employers, and this situation should be rectified. Although the legal basis And I already mentioned that there are recommendations, 26 article of the labor law, which states that employers must ensure that equal work should be remunerated equally. What we also found was that employee representation and the lack of their involvement has an impact. In the tripartite commission, we introduced the social dialogue survey, and I was surprised that the social dialogue is the strongest in this particular sector, the sector of finance and insurance. So there is this mismatch. If they have the strongest social dialogue, why is this gender gap? So it might be about individual agreements, better negotiation skills of some employees, and this is not the social dialogue as such, where the trade unions would be involved in deciding certain issues related to wages. We also noted, and our representatives of the Labor Inspectorate noted, that what's obligatory according to the legislation to have plans and instruments to reduce possible discrimination and gender pay gap. Usually such instruments are declarative. Yes, you can find procedures, you can find different instruments, but it's another question whether they are implemented. And our inspectors also found that probably that impacts on this enormous gender pay gap. And all these instruments are in place, they are signed off, however, they are not implemented, and hence the wages are growing quite subjectively upon the decision and depending on the decision of top managers. So good practice examples that we noted when looking at companies, yes, we found quite good examples. The equality matrix, when we see that there are some dominant higher pay among some professions occupied by men, and somewhere else there are smaller wages, but there are additional payments. There are some companies that choose such solutions. And we also believe that the fact that companies undertake audits and they all look at this gap analysis, it's a good issue because they also issue their own recommendations and try to abide by them. We also see that the monitoring of companies should be done in order to find out which professions are paid the least and how it's gender-wise distributed. And anonymous surveys where people also express their opinions about their wages. So I believe that this continuous monitoring, which is being implemented by the Ministry of Social Security and Labor and subordinated institutions, one of them being the Labor Inspectorate, and also publicity and publicizing information would help to close or reduce the gap in the sectors where this gap is significant. Thank you very much for your attention.
And now I would like to ask Trade Union Confederation Chair Inga Ruginiene to express the employer's position. How do employers see this whole issue?
Dirba?
Girdi?
Viskas gerai? Girdi. Žinot,
When I started preparing information for this conference, I checked the program, the lecturers, and the topics tackled. I refused the idea talking about the figures. We had some surveys. we have vice minister who is very good in figures in this field. I thought, what could I tell? Maybe it will not be a popular idea or approach, but I would like to share the experience of my daily life. When people approach trade unions, they usually have a problem and a challenge. So what things we have to tackle to assist them? We can have a general picture what is happening in our labor market. And if we talk about women in our labor market, I would like to start with the problematics like this. We say that we have the pay gap. In spring, not long ago, we talk about pension gap, gender pension gap, because women have a different labor cycle in their lives. They take different steps within this period. And if to take from the very beginning, we have education, then we choose second level in university or some other education institution, and then of course it's very normal to look for a job. Then we face the first difficulties. You go to your interview, your first interview, your employer checks your CV and asks questions about your experience, your education and other skills you have. They look at you, at your age, and ask, are you planning your family fast enough? If you have plans, or if your family is in the way, of course the choice is clear. Then they would choose a man who would have no childcare breaks. And if you're a young mother and you go for an interview, the first question is, okay, you have small children, they will get sick and you'll have to take breaks. It's another problem. So this is the environment which encourages you to stay home. Of course, pressure in the family is also influential, because you have to take care of your family. Don't go too fast to the labor market, stay at home, and you keep staying, and there comes a time when you have to enter the labor market and you have a very black hole behind you in your experience and in your career. And when you come to your first interview as a woman, they check your experience, they check your education, and then you lose in this competition. If you have a person who had no breaks, who went up his career ladder step by step, and in our society, it became as if normal to give you lower pay because you lose on different aspects. So women start their career on a lower step, and to reach this step, which was reached by a man during his working life, it becomes double difficult. We had an example which really indicates that when we talk about wage gaps, pay gaps, and discrimination, we have to talk it in a complex. Usually we say men and women, but women actually face different discrimination aspects. It is age, maybe disability, and this complex of different discrimination features makes the situation even worse. I had such an interview when I participated myself in that interview. The woman came for an interview. She was 60, and she sits at the table. Her CV is great with huge experience. She looks really confident, and the team is as if happy to have that new colleague. But she starts her speech with a sentence: "I'm quite old. I cannot do much. I think you will not accept me to your team." So my first thought was, why did she start like this? Why she introduced herself like this? Why she did not start with her positive aspects? Most probably it depends upon her self-esteem. It is so low. Her life pressed her so much in her shell that she doesn't see any hope in front of her. And I believe that we have to take those samples for tackling and to close that gap. Self-esteem in women is much lower, and we see that in the interviews. That's why we accept lower salary proposed. We don't put enough efforts to fight for better conditions. And we think, okay, I got this proposition, I will accept that. So, complex discrimination as one point. And the next sample, it's also from daily life. In one big enterprise during a meeting, and in that meeting, they talked about the future leader, manager, and suddenly a person stands up and says, the leader of such a big company must be a man, because it's a very difficult position, very difficult work. And guess who was that? It was a woman. I was really surprised that a woman herself stated that fact. She cannot see another woman in this top management position. It testifies to the fact that we women are not in solidarity. We don't believe ourselves that we can take top management positions. We don't believe ourselves that we can earn as much as men or even more. We don't believe in ourselves. And it's one more problem I would like to highlight so our society would tackle it and find solutions. There was a question, what should we do? There are a lot of challenges, and we have only a short time to discuss certain challenges. So what can we do? One measure will not change the whole spectrum of the issues and challenges. Not long ago, we had a survey and some supplements to the labor code together with my colleague Egle. When we introduced the publicity of average wage, and a lot of employers were against that, there was a big discussion, but we wanted to enforce the companies to reveal the average salaries. So when a person comes to an interview, they know what pay they could expect. So the leaders could not manipulate in this field. In our team, we talked, what could a woman do to solve this issue? And everybody agreed that women should be unified. They would understand that together they are big power. And if we take one company as a sample, if all the women in that company would get united and they would say, no, we don't want that, the situation would change by 100%. There could be some changes introduced, some significant changes, but somehow, due to some unknown reasons, we stay with our daily burdens, daily concerns. We have a lot of single mothers in Lithuania, and one single mother once said, when can I think about certain aspects of my life when I have to work double as much? I have to be on two positions to be able to provide my children. My heart is aching that I did not go to all the class meetings. I couldn't participate in certain important events of my children because I had to work, and I really felt bad about that. Good examples, they motivate us to move forward. And today I cannot help mentioning a discussion from yesterday's when one of our leaders, women, Diana Nausėdienė, she talked in front of a big audience, and she said that in education there are a lot of problems are faced because 79% are women in that sector. And the examples about the low self-esteem and the women who have low self-esteem, they look at that leader, at a woman. Do you think the self-esteem goes up after listening to this statement? We women who talk in public, we do have to encourage women. We should say that this is not a normal situation we're facing now, and you have to be aware of that. You should get united and change the situation in your favor. And the last idea I would like to mention, we talk a lot about different problems and issues. We discuss a lot by showing that we know and we're aware of different aspects, but my idea is that we must not just talk about that, but we must believe in what we say. And then everything will take the proper way in finding solutions. Thank you very much.
And now I would like to invite Lina Žemaitytė-Kirkman, who represents Swedbank. She is from a career center, and she'll speak from the position of employers. And the chair of Swedbank Management Board is Dovilė Grigienė, the first female chair of a bank management board. And this demonstrates that gender equality policy in this bank in particular is truly interesting. Thank you very much, and thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak. I'd like to introduce our experience traveling down the path towards gender equality. My presentation has two parts. In the first part, I'd like to touch upon some issues that already have been mentioned, and I'm probably going to repeat some of the information and add something on. But it's important to remember these things when we're thinking about the plan of closing the gender pay gap, and this information helped us also in our efforts. So in the first part, I'm going to look through what's already known, and then I'll speak about our efforts. First of all, it's important to look at definitions in order to know what we're talking about. When we talk about the gender pay gap, we're talking about the difference between what men typically earn in an organization compared to what women and men, irrespective of the role or seniority. And the financial sector, this gap is significant, usually because men occupy more senior positions. So when we talk about equal pay, we talk about the same work, the same quality. Of course, people usually think if you do the same job, you get the same pay, but that's not actually so. And we do observe a gender pay gap. So we've been working to ensure with equal pay, and now we are working on the gender pay gap in general. So what the minister already mentioned, we heard that if we talk about IT sector, the gender pay gap is approximately 14, but we have in our sector the gap of 38%. And what are the reasons behind this gap? So let's remember the causes. Professions still have glass walls, and we have the insufficiency of top management, women in top management, and this is and other reasons, other causes contribute to the gap. So professions still have genders, and before the coffee break, we heard that maybe the market will somehow self-regulate because the attitude is shifting, and employers think that it's important that the job is getting done rather than what gender does it. But if we look at first year students and those who are going to be released from the universities now. Top 3 female professions: healthcare, social well-being, art, humanitarian sciences, social sciences, and men: informatics, communications, engineering, construction. So we know that in humanitarian and art sciences, of course, the wages are much smaller compared to information and communication technologies. So professions earn wages, so one issue. And another issue, what's already been mentioned, that out of 10, 9 point something women believed that it's their job to raise kids. So we have data. This vertical line is the birth of the first child, and we see how the wage differs depending on the birth of a child. So we see this huge drop in women's pay due to the birth of a child, and this time to catch up, this 4-year gap keeps catching up, and women do agree with smaller wages because of this gap that they incur due to giving birth to a child and returning from the maternity leave. And another reason, of course, because we still have a small percentage of women in top management. So we will talk about board managers. We have the global stats, and approximately 14% top managers in Lithuania are women. Then we have India and Turkey. But if we look at the leaders, which countries have most top managers? Scandinavian countries and France. And what we mentioned before, another reason is for this wage gap is stereotypes and lack of self-confidence. And employers usually use the situation. Less women feel confident during negotiations about their wage, and women rarely say that they try to negotiate about their wage because this lack of self-confidence does not allow successful negotiations. So knowing all these causes behind the gender pay gap, in 2014 we started on a journey to reduce and close the gap, and made 4 main steps, or chose to make 4 main steps. At the very beginning, we looked into the situation to analyze what is the gap, whether it exists. And we have job specifications, and we have job grades, and we could make comparisons by gender and work performed. And once we identified areas where the gender pay gap existed, we interviewed managers to get the explanations, what are the reasons behind the gap, and then we allocated the budget to eradicate the gap. And we understood that this action plan was not for 1 year, and if to recommend for other companies, it's very important to allow enough time, because the entire organization and the mindset of the entire organization, the organizational culture has to change. So at the beginning, we started with 4% gender pay gap, and now we have 0.4%. As I mentioned, this is not a one-step process, and hopefully next year we could come to a conference like this and say that the gender pay gap amounts to 0 already. So at the beginning, we formulated the objective to achieve gender balance between managers according to the global practice, 30 or 40%. So we aimed to make sure that we achieve 40%. Of course, this is not inscribed in a stone. There is some fluctuation in the percentage figure. But how to achieve it? Of course, if we have the final interview, we have to make sure that a women candidate participates. And we encourage women to have ambitions and to believe in themselves. And a lot help comes from having the chair of the management board a woman. And also we implemented training sessions about inclusion, about interviews, about employee selection, and you have to constantly think about the issue when you select employees and when you undergo training, etc. So talking about professions without stereotypes, we know that some professions have genders. Unfortunately, IT sector still has quite many more men, and customer service we have many more women. And these causes come from very early childhood, from kindergarten age. And when we provide career consultations, when people start soul searching for their own path, we try to work with these internal beliefs of what should I be doing rather than what I can be doing. And the facilitators also work on such topics as well. As I mentioned before, we noted that income drops during the maternity leave quite significantly. And for a number of years, we've tried to make sure that the annual wage review also covers people returning from maternity or other types of leaves, to make sure that there is no such huge gap, so they won't have to be catching up for 4 years or so. And men and women are provided a chance to come back from their maternity or paternity parental leave earlier. Everybody is now working quite a lot from their homes, and we're trying to ensure that we provide them with flexible schedules, and we provide career consultations to make sure they understand what changes happen in the organization, and that we're trying to make sure that our people can come back to the labor market earlier. And we also are looking for new instruments and measures, especially looking about the lack of self-confidence. In some business departments, we saw that we have quite a lot of men, they are male-dominated, and very few women are attempting to get in those positions. So now we established a business academy. And when we talked to women trying to find out why aren't you applying to these management positions, they said, I don't have this experience, I lack knowledge. So we developed a program that allows our employees getting required knowledge and accelerate this internal career growth. And we also overview our job selection processes, because there are two moments when you can review wages. We have annual wage revision, and when upon the hiring. So we try to look at this female employee, how they would look like among other employees. Sometimes we offer more money because we see that according to their competence and competencies, the female candidate is worth more. So we see that according to our employees, we believe that you should be earning this much, and this is how much we'd like to offer you. And also people coming back from paternity leave. So these are measures implemented internally in our company. We're very proud of them. We're trying to talk about it. And we have the initiative Green Light, which is for equal opportunities. And we participate in different initiatives. We contribute to Go Forward Women for Global Challenges conferences. We want to bring bring this message and spread the news. So my next part is about lessons learned and recommendations. Firstly, this is not a single step and one-time measure. You have to work with the attitudes of managers. So it's a continuous process which requires self-monitoring to make sure you know what your wages and salaries look like within the organization. So it's important to work on attitudes which have to become the point of focus, and also to work with people who are in maternity, paternity leaves. So it's important to train managers, and you probably have to start with it. And transparency is very important. As you talked, these intervals of wages and job ads, it's a very good thing. And we try to make sure that people in their position would know what is the wage interval. And if you know how much one person earns and how much another person earns, you can start a discussion with the manager what else you should be doing to earn more and how to grow. And then, of course, the last recommendation, to keep measuring and observing. And if a measure if you identify some weaknesses, you have to rectify them. Of course, you have to include managers. Everybody needs to understand how a wage is constructed, and you need to keep talking and observing. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. And I believe that your experience will inspire many other companies and enterprises. And regarding the gender equality policy. And now I would like to give the floor to Donatas Paulauskas and say a few words about him. Here he represents the Office of the Equal Opportunity Ombudsman. He works in that office. Also, Donatas is one of few men, not the only, but one of the few men who works directly in the gender equality field. He is involved in research, gives lectures. I don't know whether it still exists or not. There was a gender study center at Vilnius University. He was involved in that center also. Most of all the men in Lithuania, he talks in public about gender equality. So we are happy that men are also involved in tackling this issue, in solving the gender equality challenges. So please share the position of the Office of the Equal Opportunities Ombudsman. Thank you, Ms. Giedrė, for detailed presentation of my person. And I would like to introduce the kitchen of our office, and I chose to talk about the challenges which our legislation department faces when they get claims for discrimination on different aspects, and to list all the challenges which impede the equal pay gap. At the very beginning, I would like to say that when you have to investigate the claims, legislation has certain enforcements, equal opportunities, and there are certain commitments for the employers to pay equally for the same work, and based on that you can find the breaches of the law. But also we involve in education, in training. We work a lot with the business sector, with enterprises, also with the Swedbank. We have a long-term experience cooperating together, and we take a lot of good practices and samples from that institution. One thing that really is considered an obstacle to solve this, I will show you the statistics, which is not very pleasant. The number of claims is very little, but it doesn't mean that we don't have such things in real life. It means that maybe people are too shy to apply, and if you take Eurofund data, there are too little people who would apply. Hypothetically, when they find out that there is a gender pay gap, 10% would turn to trade unions, 30% would do nothing, and 35 would talk about that with their manager. And it's a good thing, because the leader in the company is responsible for taking the decision for equal pay in the company. But a little amount of claims is due to the fact that people are afraid to apply. They want to avoid persecution in their company. All the challenges in claim investigation. It's difficult sometimes for an employee to indicate the circumstances and facts that would allow to presume discrimination and to initiate that investigation. This is due to the fact that an employee is left without any information about the wage systems, about remuneration of different positions, though he should be informed about that. And in practice, we see that only trade unions are aware of this information, and due to the fact that they have more information, they apply with claims. But an ordinary employee, they find it difficult to assume or to prove that they are discriminated on pay. So they work all life long without being aware that they are discriminated based on gender. Another issue is that positions have different names, but the content of the work is different. It's also a challenge to understand whether the person really is paid differently for the same work. We know such popular position. It means project manager. It may mean anything, and the assumption could be that I have the same title of my position, but my remuneration, my pay is different, just based on the title of the position. Another challenge is that for us it's difficult to compare when the work is not adequate, but the value is the same. Labor code has certain descriptions of certain positions or content of the work, but how to say that it is of the same equal, it's very difficult to prove that. We have to go deeper into the subject, into that claim. One of the difficulties is that within the companies, we don't see the matrix of the positions and some systems, and the system available makes it difficult to judge whether it is in the same work. Lack of transparency. We see some positive changes, but in practice, there are difficulties still that we have to face. First thing, we lack the control for implementation of this provision. Not all the job announcements and vacancies have salary indications, and some of them indicate a very wide range, from 1,000 to 4,000. So how can you understand what would be the wage or remuneration in practice? Another thing is that we don't have this practice available as it is in the UK, that the remuneration is publicized based on gender and on the position. So we don't have any database where any of us could check and see what would be my remuneration if I apply for this position in that company. Unfortunately, we don't have this database available. But if we take Eurofund, whether we would agree with this idea, 51% for, it is very significant agreement. Because it was asked whether this information should be publicized and available for future employees. Talking about labor code and about the transparency, we see that in labor code, the employer takes the passive position, instead having the employer committed to provide information to the employees about the gender pay gap or other information. Right now, actually employees should ask based on the labor code for this information. It's not a commitment. So far, those who want, they need to ask for this information. So right now, trade unions should have the idea that, okay, we need this information, we should apply for this information, and we will get it. But if we don't ask, the employer is not obliged based on the legislation, based on laws, to provide that. And there's no commitment to analyze. If I am asked, I will provide the information, and that's it. Another problem is planning of equality. The Vice Minister talked about that usually it is just a formality. I don't know where this pattern comes from, planning of equality, and it's spread among the state budget institutions and in the private companies. And this pattern is actually empty. Certain declarative provisions are taken from the law, but they are not just declarative and just a formality. So we make this document and put this document deep in the furthest drawer. At the end of my presentation, I'd like to talk about different pay expectations by women and men and different power in negotiation. We know from different surveys and researches that women usually ask for lower remuneration. They have smaller expectations than men. Anyway, employers have a commitment and obligation to pay equally for the equal work. As it was mentioned that when a person comes to an interview and asks for a smaller remuneration, so the employer has this commitment and the duty. Then double standards for negotiation pay. We have different stereotypes from foreign countries. When a woman negotiates for better pay, it's taken as an aggression, and women are punished for this initiative. And if a man is as initiative as a woman, they take it as leadership features, characteristics for a good future leader, that he will be decisive and determined. So this is also some gap that we understand. We do have a problem when a woman comes after childcare. She comes to a lower position, not to the equal position, or a company, let's say the group which worked together with that person before childcare. That team has moved forward, and now the person comes back to a different environment, and it's not applied to the person who returned after childcare. So shortly about some challenges that we could highlight. Thank you. Thank you, Donatas. And now I would like to take the floor, our last lecturer, Daiva Reklienė, in our session. Daiva Reklienė will talk about municipalities and their achievements and their situation. She actually was an icebreaker in Vilkaviškis, in the municipality of Vilkaviškis. So far, the municipality of Vilkaviškis, they usually had a male management, and it's the first, and she's the first woman on top management in the municipality. She is vice director of administration in the municipality. She is really interested in the gender equality issues. It's also within her position. She analyzes men and women policies and competences of state companies and budget institutions, and she also is responsible for data collection and analyzing. And as a result, the municipality of Vilkaviškis has been awarded for encouragement gender equality. So we have a special woman on the stage.
First of all, I would like to thank you for this opportunity to speak, and it's always a good thing to speak about good practice. All these problems that we listened about today, they're very similar, and maybe in the public sector, discrimination is not as clearly expressed, But we do need to start looking at the issue from the very early age when we raise our children and when we start talking about professions for men, professions for women, and at schools, and especially at the vocational level, we should discriminate children by their abilities rather than gender. Talking about our municipality, I first wanted to look at how many men and women we have in the administration, how many of them are managers, and how many men and women we had in the council and different committees. We have 16 managers of chiefs of divisions, and everybody comes to the job interviews depending on their competence, the level of their competence, and the level of their knowledge, their abilities. And currently, when we also look at motivation, so someone coming for an interview should be motivated enough to get the job and should not be discouraged with themselves. And maybe that's the reason why men manage different departments such as IT, economy, when we usually have engineers, economists, and IT specialists coming to the department and having more knowledge, they also get the position. At the level of elderships, we have, for elderates, we have out of 12 elderships, we have 8 men, 4 women, and we asked why. Women were hired because they were more careful with documentations and preparing the reports, etc. Among senior specialists, we have more women. Out of 60, we have only 10 men. Because we're talking about technical tasks, and this is where women excel. Senior positions, senior employees, women, and specialists working according to labor agreements. We have similar situation. When we look at social workers, we have female-dominated professions here. And this is probably impacted by the fact that this is not a man's work. So well, if we look at the council and committees, I'd agree to what's been said before. Women support men and men support men. And this is your reason why we have more male politicians. And among candidates, of course, we should have at least 2 women among 5 candidates. In order to make some changes, we have to make some requirements. And then, of course, people trust candidates depending on their ability. Out of 25 council members, we have 7 women, and each committee has a woman, with the exception of rural affairs, where no woman wanted to participate. If we look at job descriptions and different tasks, tariffs and coefficients are not given according to gender, but by the position occupied. So probably there is a problem that we only do the review annually, and this changing part of the salary is revised only once a year. And if during the review we have an insufficiently competent performer, then that's the result. But in the public sector, we have this interval quite big. these bounds of the interval are quite wide, and yes, the wages are publicized, but usually the candidate sees the basic wage without additional payouts for paying longer hours during weekends. And how does the work experience factor into this wages? And someone new coming to work in a municipality usually sees a quite small wage and does not stay even for a year to see a better result. But more than 10 years of experience can increase your wage by 80%, and the turnover in public service is quite low, and I am quite happy that at the age of 65 you have to retire because that provides more possibilities for younger people. I've been in a commission for 3 years, and when we have new people coming to public service, and you can see more than 20 people come, younger people come with their own ideas, different attitudes, and this brings new blood into the municipality. And we've been making self-assessments for 3 years on job satisfaction and other motivational measures. So 75% from all interviewed. And we can see men feel better in their jobs, and looking at their wages, the gender does not have an impact because coefficients are established before a job interview, before a competition for a position, an opening. And also it's important whether an employee comes back after paternal leave back to their old position. And because we have dominating older people, paternity leave is quite an insignificant factor, but we never ask about plans to go on a paternity leave. We only focus on qualifications. The question whether over my experience, we never pressurized anyone to come back earlier from paternity leave, and we did not discriminate wages by gender, age, etc. And the same job is paid the same, or the same work is paid the same wage. But there are certain areas which are quite difficult for women to master due to a lot of responsibility. And sometimes men do not choose certain areas because certain professions don't offer good enough pay. And of course, there are other reasons as well. We publicize wages and salaries, and it's also good to have flexible, although flexible work is not possible, but basically we provide parent days, and we have examples of parental leave chosen by men. So it's quite positively viewed. Employees have a possibility to form groups and to ensure equal participation. We have an association, it's called Two-Headed Lily, and we invite everyone to participate in various events, and employees can get to know each other better, and we also have a contact number for equality. Also, you can anonymously report certain issues. We have the mentorship program for new employees, helping them to grow in an organization. We also provide requalification opportunities, and we've had some cases with someone coming to a new department and noting their other competences so they have a chance to transfer. We looked into the environment, which became even more important during the quarantine when we have to keep distance, social distance from our clients. And we provide a lot of services following the one window principle, and we also make self-assessments, providing reports, and on a scale of 10, we get quite a good result, 7.06. We still have some space to grow. And I've been observing the situation, and the main decisive factor is competence. And our committees have, and the council have competent people working for the good of the society. And we have also differences, as we noted, between business trips, but we couldn't find the reasons why. And we've been assessed as a good and positive institution by 107 out of 123 our employees. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much to everyone.
Kreipiuosi į auditoriją, kas turit klausimų.
Thank you very much. I'd like to address the audience with a question. Who has any question?
Ugnė, paskui Arnas.
Ugne and then Arnas. Ugne? Who'll bring the microphone? Could someone oblige? Thank you.
Prisistatykit, prašau, ir...
Please get introduced. My name is Ugne Suparienė. I'm a member of the board of Women Information Center and a journalist. I was not expecting to hear the presentation, which was full of discrimination and sexism. So my question would be to the Vice Minister and to the Gender Equality Ombudsperson. Is there any discrimination motive? Can we arrange a claim right away after listening to this presentation? Am I on? Truly, if you have some concrete situations and if the statistics indicate some problematic issues which violate the gender equality principles, you can apply to the Gender Equality Office. We cannot say right away, cannot pass the verdict whether it's discrimination or discrimination. Certainly, legal investigation is needed. And after this legal evaluation, we could define whether it's discrimination or non-discrimination, violation or non-violation. But of course, there's always a possibility to apply. I would also like to add that there should be some legal analysis and grounds. There are some questions to this presentation regarding the positions, the other issues what we have observed and heard. Most probably in the state sector, women are dominating, especially in those positions, as you have just listed. They're called specialists. Top management leaders where the remuneration is high in state sector is mostly dominated by men, not by women. So to say that the state institutions have no discrimination and everything is okay, I would not dare to say that. I do believe that we ourselves, and what have just Inga told, our trade unions work on the public sector. I would really like to draw their attention that there are quite a lot of discrimination manifestations in the field of childcare when women come back to their former job places. But if to start the analysis and investigation, it needs a deeper survey. Arnas Danevičius, Social Security and Labor Ministry. It's difficult to ask as a representative of a ministry, but I will ask a question as a scientist, as a researcher. Personally, could you shortly say, it's a pity that we don't have a session where we could analyze what each party is proposing in this area on the threshold of elections approaching. What each party could do in this field, what could be simple steps closing this gender pay gap. Maybe it would be enough to increase remuneration in certain areas where this gender pay gap is the biggest. That would be one question. What you would suggest for the future government, how they should solve this gender equality issue. Why do I ask about that? Because sometimes I think that gender equality issue and gender pay gap in Lithuania has been tackling for some time, but there are people who are not aware what exactly it means. I liked the presentation from Swedbank, which demonstrates that certain concepts already are analyzed, they are understood, and some other positive signs are visible. But there are a lot of misunderstanding. Economist Mauricas wrote that Lithuania will be the first country in Europe where the women's wage will be increasing. He says it should be happening next year. One of his arguments is that in the public sector, the remuneration will be increasing and the pay in the private sector will be going down. Maybe we will start leading as a country. But in the morning you saw some figures. Romania is, for example, 3% the gap in the labor market if we take the pay gap. But it doesn't tell that this country is leading in gender equality issues. In practice, it's really lagging behind. So it's important to have proper understanding among our politicians. I will be looking into the programs of the political parties before the election. Actually, we could focus on this aspect in their programs, whether they are aware how to tackle and solve those issues. So what would be you suggest for the parties? I will be the first one to answer and will say that I am representing Women's Information Center, and I would not like to start any political debates. So let's address this question to those who are not participating in the elections. The position of the Women's Information Center could be found in your files among the handouts in the info. Here you will find ways of solution. You can read that. I will not list them here. You can see what suggestions are given by this conference to the whole Lithuania. And now those who are not participating in the elections, they could say state their position. It's a good question, actually, says Donatas. It's my personal observation that sometimes the politicians lack imagination, especially on gender equality. I haven't observed any meaningful statements during this pre-election period, but I noted down which measures have been taken as a good practice in the EU in respect to gender pay gap. The first thing is increasing the transparency. We don't have enough of outcomes in this field. We wait from what's coming from the EU, and the audit of gender pay gap is related also to transparency, and I believe it will be soon mandatory. Also, publicizing and reporting is also very important. Then, accessibility to the information by any individual employee should be also solved, because right now we don't have this solution, this final solution. Then control and procedure of publicizing the average annual remuneration. Then listing or naming the point where segregation starts. And I believe that vocational counseling is an area to be invested in. I believe that starting with early age at school, children and school children should be counseled. Also, gender education based on science should be also highlighted. If we talk about segregation between men and women in different positions, I know that the European
Institute prepared the review which demonstrate that quotas help to improve figures of women in top management, and that is an effective measure, and we need to consider that. And talking about paternity leave, we are discussing whether they should be shortened, lengthened, or left as it is. If we decide whichever way, we need to make sure that services are provided no matter the location of, or no matter the place of residence, and in order to make sure that we reduce the gender pay gap. Maybe about 10% of what I said I heard during the political debates. Thank you, Donatas. Egle, could you try? You are in a political position, although you are not in these elections, but try to distance yourself from this political position and talk as an expert, as a specialist. What's the most important thing? Yes, I will try to speak from my own point of view. I would agree with Donatas. This topic and the debates is usually avoided because on one hand it seems that we don't have a problem, but that's also a problem because we close our eyes, and once we do that we don't no longer see the elephant in the room, and others actually try to talk about the issue, but they lose the balance. And what I already said myself and what Donatas mentioned, I would want to start with education in early ages, and also implementing measures such as publicizing wages. And we are working on amendments on laws on disclosing wages by gender, and there are certain issues related to GDPR, so we have to make sure how this information could be showed. So it needs to be done anonymously. So yes, but it's quite difficult to do because the data comes from Sodra. But we are discussing the question and publicizing information, and is very good for transparency. And quotas, I don't want to lie, but this topic has been in our discussion or entered our discourse about 10 years ago, thanks to Swedbank. They managed to achieve breakthrough, but how many other companies do we have? And also in our collectives, we continue talking that we shouldn't discriminate professions according to stereotypes, but ourselves, we probably hire a nanny, a woman, because we think that she would be gentler. And if we want a worker to look after our garden, we probably hire a man because they would know what to do with a lawnmower. And this work should start with education and publicizing the information about remuneration system and what's been accentuated in the information provided by the Labor Inspectorate, inclusion of representatives of employees. They should actually understand this problem, talk about it, and search for solutions. And adding to what's been said about parental leave and what's been said by other colleagues, I think we should start changing attitudes in our own families, stop dressing girls in pink and boys in blue, and what's already been demonstrated by different researchers, so it takes time. Thank you very much, firstly, because our time is drawing to an end. And Inga, and the law says that upon the request of employees, the wages could be publicized. But maybe Lina will go first, very briefly.
So I will be very brief. There's not much to be added. I represent the business sector, and we know that we do measure, we observe certain aspects. It's very important to pay attention and to observe in a complex all the measurements, starting with the childcare and ending with the quotas and management positions. So those aspects and the indexes have to be observed. And the author said, sometimes people live without even being aware that they are discriminated, so they cannot claim for that. So that's why we have to commit the employers to have a transparent attitude and also to take care of education of the society. And from the employee's position, Lena, what could you say? I would like to add and to express my personal approach. There's a document. It is a wage management system in the labor code. This system has to be available in each company, and it has to be discussed with the representatives of the employees, and it should be a public document that each individual employee could have access to it. They should be aware of the content of this management system, but in practice, the reality is different. It is a document, but there are companies which have no document as such available, or the content sometimes is very, very poor because it has no figures. It's a very formal document just to have a document. And I think that this new political power which will come to lead our country, if they implement and control what's already in our legislation, it would ensure the proper steps forward. Thank you, Inga, and thank you for your presentations and discussions. Ms. Daiva, she is participating in the elections, so she is discriminated on that at this moment. I will not give her the floor. We replied to the questions. There were no questions on the internet given, and we will be summarizing this session because we have to give the floor to another team. So, a short break. The session should start in time. So let's take 5-minute break, and we will change all the gearing, the equipment, safety equipment, and so on, so the other team could start another session. Thank you once again. To all the participants here in the hall on the Equality Conference and to those who are remotely connected. My name is Ugnė Ciparienė. I'm a journalist, member of the board of the Women's Information Center, and I will be chairing the second session, which will deal with a very important topic. Some of the points were mentioned in the previous session. It's the main problem of why it's so difficult to enroot gender equality in the labor market and in other spheres. It's our mentality, it's the stereotypes we have in our heads and lack of information. So publicity and education are the main things to address. And we will talk about that. And next to me, we have my colleagues, Darius Jokubaitis and Rugilė Butkevičiūtė. And they prepared presentations on those topics. And I would like to start with Rugilė, who will talk about combating gender stereotypes in education and vocational guidance. And Women's Information Center, during implementation of this project, they have initiated a lot of trainings, education workshops, and she will talk about that. So thank you, Ugnė, for my introduction. I would like to start shortly that at the very beginning of the project, we understood that worldwide there are a lot of people who talk about gender equality. There are a lot of people who talk about economics, but to find people who would talk about gender equality and economics, it was a challenge. So one of the goals of this project, the main one, was to publicize this issue, to start talking about this issue so other people would understand it. I believe that within 2 years, we really moved forward from unawareness how to talk about that to the point that we have examples. We use those examples. We have a lot of surveys and researches and publicizing campaign, which will be talked about by my colleague Darius. Today I will talk about education, and during the previous presentations, they mentioned that education is very important, and the topic of my presentation is combating gender stereotypes in education and vocational guidance. And I also had some discussions regarding the title of this presentation. We discussed whether we could use combating or fighting, but I believe that this is a proper word, that this word is proper for this occasion, that closing the gaps really needs some fight. And I would like to start with Ruth Bader Ginsburg. She is the Associate Justice of the Supreme Court of the United States, and she said, fight for the things that you care about, but do it in a way that will lead others to join you. And I know that the project partners of this project, they all encouraged other people to join us on this project, talking about this topical issue. So what do we see in the situation in Lithuania? If we talk about children, if we talk about young people and about non-discrimination, I would like to say that non-discrimination is one of the principles for the exercising of the rights and freedoms of the child. So it is stated in Article 4, Part 5 of the law on the fundamental rights of the protection of children, that they should be not discriminated on a gender. That should be the way, but what do we face in practice? When a child is born, based on his gender, we make the scenario in the future. I would like to encourage those who are here and those who are sitting in the offices or at home and listening to our presentation to do an assignment. You can do it later, but try to imagine and to remember yourself when you were a child, when you were little girls, when you were little boys. Now you are men and you are women. Remember your siblings, your sisters or brothers, and write in 2 columns what you were required from your surroundings, what you were asked by parents, by teachers, by lecturers, and what you expected at the moment. And when we write down all the requirements and expectations from us as boys, girls, or men and women, we will see that we still live within those gender boxes. Women are still required not to be too initiative, to be modest, so they would know where their place is. But the boys, as the time changes, maybe it's getting better, but still they are considered to be leaders. They are asked to take responsibility for their actions, to be leading in certain situations. And when we are within those boxes of gender, it's very difficult to step out of those gender boxes. And when it's brought to the labor market, it's very difficult to step out of this box. We never fight for bigger remuneration. We act as we were expected by our parents and the education system. If we move further on, what do we find in the manuals? When you take any manual, you find a lot of gender stereotypes. And this is as if neuro-linguistic programming. We can take manuals where women are florists, men are farmers, businessmen and entrepreneurs. We measure men's strength and the power. The same can be seen from the Gender Equality Ombudsperson Office. If we take Columbus and his expedition, it was funded by the Queen. It's a woman. Without her funding, there would be no expedition. But this fact has not been mentioned. It's just Columbus, without stating who funded it. What happens further on in the communities at schools? In spring, there was a survey done which highlighted some data which have been done previously, observed in 2013 together with the Women Information Center. It says that young people still have a lot of gender stereotypes in their heads. And during this survey, we talked to parents, to teachers, to young people. It was not a representative survey, but you can see how many respondents and participants were involved. The situation changes. That it's going on at a snail's pace. And when I talk to the teachers and school children, I am a mother of 2 boys. My son is a second grader, so I can see the system from the inside. I can see that this new generation, but still the old problems persist. There is a quote by one woman. She said something very peculiar, that children, it's a new generation, gender equality is okay, we have to be equal on everything. They say that, and they keep this politically correct attitude, but their behavior is different. I say something, I say one, but act differently. And those stereotypes, they involve not only pay gap, it also brings violence. From that moment, when we tell a little girl, keep straight, smile to everyone, be good to everyone, we close her in that box, and we don't expect her to be very strong when she comes to her employer and will fight for her better remuneration, because from the very early age she was taught to be good and to smile. When we talk to boys and say that you cannot attack girls, the boys say, why? They are given an answer that girls are weaker. So with this statement, we download the program that we cannot fight with girls because they are weaker. We have to take care of them. We have to assist the girls. And that's what happens all lifelong. If to talk about discrimination among the students, I talked to them on different levels. There were a lot of information given about the bullying among girls, about girls being called sluts, and so on and so forth. If we take parents, give a lot of house chores to girls mostly. I can say about my son, who has just started culinary club, and he's the only one among 10 girls, because as usual we prepare girls for food making and so on and so forth. According to the education framing, family care is for women. So this is the gender box which I mentioned before, and it's very difficult to step out of it. As far as the teachers are concerned, I met teachers who really want to change this issue, and I believe there are a lot of such teachers. But pupils sometimes say that these stereotypes really influence the academic performance when grading is different based on gender. Another thing that really gives some concerns is when the teachers say that girls are not good at physics, and let's say this teacher, she has been for 40 years at school, and when she says that, she bases her statement on her experience of 40 years. Whatever we will say, pupils usually take teachers as an absolute authority, and any statement they say, even if it is a gender stereotype, it's based on some experience of the teachers. Now, regarding the profession and the choice, one mother said that she has never wanted to be a choir conductor. She wanted to be an actress, and her mother said you will be a whore, a slut, and you'll drink a lot of coffee if you become an actress. So these are the things that people hear from the parents. Excuse my language, but that's the word used in this sentence. Another thing is a boy who wanted to dance and who wanted to be a choreographer. He is 16. When he was in lower grades, he was really bullied, and even he was thinking about suicide. And all this changed only when he changed schools. So do you think this boy will become a choreographer in the future? Nobody knows, but he was really damaged by the situation with bullying. Another thing, when I wanted to go into heavy lifting or wrestling, I was really bullied and mocked at by my parents. Also, I felt weak walking in the streets. It was said that you should not walk at night in the streets because you are a girl. Another survey done between boys and girls was about constructing a ship. And when they constructed the ship, they paid attention to the operation of the ship, and the girls paid attention to the way the ship looked on the luxury and entertainment. It comes down to the toys they have in their childhood. So it's very important what we say to children at their young age. But when we talk about stereotypes, different people have different attitude. Parents think that it should be the teachers taking care of that. Teachers think that the parents should be taking care of that. Where are the obstacles? Lack of knowledge and competence, shortage of time, and fears. If we talk with the children and at any age about stereotypes, they will lose that fear. A good example is the issue with bullying, so getting rid of fears will allow us to move forward. The Women Information Center nowadays has launched accredited methodology at the Pedagogical Center regarding vocational guidance and counseling. Together with Giedrė, we had a lot of workshops for young people and for teachers especially, and this methodology has been created for usage daily with assignments, with tasks. So any teacher with this methodology could print handouts, and he has the whole list of toolkits and other needed equipment to avoid the fears, the questions coming up. So any teacher with this methodology could be confident and deal and address this issue. And about some mobile applications which could be downloaded and talk and tackle the gender stereotypes. And a few recommendations at the very end. In cooperation with NGOs in the field of gender equality, especially those who work in the field of equality, let's avoid this mistake when we have partners knowing nothing about gender equality, and when in teaching they even increase the gender stereotypes. So please be aware which partners you take for cooperation. And by the end, I would like to say that there are two types of people, dream fighters and dream heroes. And the question is, what are you going to choose today? If you choose to step out of this gender box. You may choose some allies to do that. So you will always are welcome to apply Women's Information Center, because this is our main subject. We try ourselves and help others to step out of those gender boxes, because we believe that everyone is equally worth.
Thank you very much, Rugilė, for this really nice presentation. And now I'd like to invite Mr. Jokubaitis, who will speak about information campaigns. Daddy, I am going to be a pilot. This was the title of the campaign.
Nežinau, ar taip iš tikrųjų vadinasi.
I don't know whether that was the name of the campaign or maybe that's the name of this presentation, but you are going to learn why the name was mentioned and why it's appropriate. So I'm going to tell you about how the society is informed about the gender pay gap. First of all, I need to mention that we tend not to speak about it because we don't feel very easy about talking about our wage, and usually we don't know how much we earn, how much our colleague earns. And only very recently, ads were obligated to inform about the wage interval. And wage pay gap, despite even that, is already a controversial topic that could be looked at from different angles. And on the basis of foreign experience, communication on the topic is quite categorical and quite sharp, and usually ends up into splitting the society into camps. So we wanted to communicate the problem and start promoting a discussion that would not split the society into the different camps. So first, we were joking with our colleagues that in order to communicate the topic, you need to graduate from gender studies. But we suggested concepts. One was equally worth, that, and for this phrase, we used different symbols and hashtag for this one, and equality, and something to strive for. So this is a very good symbol, a hashtag. And maybe at some point we'll be left only with the sign of equality, the mass sign for equality. So we also used infographs and different other tools. And to communicate, we decided to use a website and also other different internet-based tools. Traditional channels as well, TV, and all of them are listed on the slide. Our website provides the analysis of causes, effects, stats, good experience from other countries. We communicated different types of content. We created a video clip for our national TV station and other stations, and the main idea was to jokingly show situations for women at work. So the funniest part was that we were talking about trips, and COVID pandemic actually made trips impossible. And we also used comic strips, 9 of them, which we used for Facebook and Instagram, and we jokingly presented different family situations. And this is when this idea came about the pilot, a girl wanting to become a pilot. On the left, you see a comic strip where the father is joking, our pilot is a woman, I wonder which country will end up at. And a girl says, or the daughter presumably, that I'm going to be a pilot and I'll fly anywhere I'd like. And another strip is these toys for girls. And maybe a father could react differently and would not be so categorical that toys are for girls or for boys. So these comic strips received a lot of attention from the public. People were discussing, commenting, also mentioning their partners, and also commenting on the good ideas and supporting the stereotypical side of the comic strip. So that was our objective, and we managed to achieve it. Another topic that we touched upon were untraditional roles, and we talked to Thomas, who chose parental leave, and Lina, who became a soldier. And Thomas indicated that he felt having a better bond with the child because he decided to stay at home and spend more time with the child. So you can see these stories in YouTube and Facebook and Instagram and on our profile. And Lina shared her insights on being a senior soldier, an officer, and about her reasons to choose this, so to speak, male profession. We also shared some educational information materials, and our interim results have already exceeded our expectations, and we hope that we manage to communicate well in the future. You should not be surprised to see the hashtag and the phrase in public spaces. Thank you, Darius. We still have a few minutes left for questions to our presenters. Do we have any questions from the audience? I don't see any. Darius, would you like to take a seat? Maybe then we can have a discussion. Andras Darnevičius, I cannot remain silent, so I'll have a question. I wanted to ask Rugilė about the fact that publicly we hear people saying that you have a conservative view towards wages and equal opportunities and rights, and if you are very liberal and you want to be smashing stereotypes, eradicate them, then it's very good. So don't you think that especially in the field of education and working with young people, maybe we should be speaking about these stereotypes, although also that we're not, life is not black and white, and sometimes it happens that in some profession you do need a man or you do need a woman. In Delphi, we have the scandalous situation when one famous person, being a man, said that he feels being discriminated because in a sports club or swimming pools, in changing rooms, they have female cleaners. And he feels quite uneasy about that because men are changing in there. And he expressed his opinion. So how would we talk about it? Should we say that cleaners are only women, or should we say that male cleaners are wanted as well? So we need to be quite subtle. And even if we talk about the traditional view towards a family or in a family, so that a discussion would happen that you said that boys are not interested in culinary courses, but maybe we shouldn't let them choose. Like in my school, I remember we had to go and learn cooking. I'm sorry, but we don't have much time left. So yes, but we had to go and learn cooking, and girls had to go and learn to use tools. So how to find this equilibrium? Thank you very much for this question. It's a complex question, has several parts, but to briefly try and find an answer, I should say that we're not trying to do too much. So when we're talking about equality, gender equality, we want to make sure that you do not smash dreams. Children should be free to dream, and if I dream to be a physician, or if I dream to be a physicist, that and I talked about this culinary class, which was private, but if someone says that I want to learn culinary, that my parents wouldn't say that you should go play basketball because culinary courses are only for girls. So the thing is that you should look at what the child wants and encourage them to do that. And we should stop saying that you cannot be good at languages. And I'm really disappointed when I hear that in the first grade, because that's, if somebody says that at the very first step, that you graduate from the school believing that. So we need to stop using stereotypes. I wanted to also add from communication, from the point of view of communication, public communication, that we need to encourage critical thinking. And in our case, we used this joking information, sarcasm even, which was used, and we need to communicate to the society that the change must happen. And I just wanted to ask you, this feedback, did you receive any feedback? Could you talk about that a little bit more? What did you experience? We were afraid of bad comments, and we did have some. Why were you afraid of bad comments? Because they can sometimes lead to quite a good discussion. But quite frequently, when you have a topic with possible two opinions, one of them wins. So we were a little bit afraid of haters of the very fact, and the topic will not develop. And although we have adequate supporters, they join the discussion, trying to draw the attention of commentators to important points. So, and Thomas' families wrote to me, "Do you do this?" And we had some these shaming situations, but we are millennials, and it was easy to remember our parents behaving in certain situations and to make jokes out of them and produce comic strips, to use humor. And then when you communicate this information, critical thinking follows. So if you don't have any more questions, let's applaud ourselves. Yes, let's do that. Thank you very much for this very productive second session. Now we'll have a break, and after half an hour, we'll come back, and we'll be waiting for everyone to join us via the web. And we'll continue talking about international experience, national and international good examples. So stay with us. Thank you.
Hello again, joining the conference on equality, and we start our last, third session, where we will talk on some important questions, highlighting the experience of foreign countries in closing the gender pay gap in labor market. We'll highlight its problematics, we'll analyze best practices worldwide. This session is the only session which is an international session due to the COVID-19 situation. But in spite of that, the challenges, they cause new opportunities. So we'll have several presentations from abroad, and the ones present in the hall will see them on the screen, and the ones who are remotely connected, you'll be able also to see that on your screen perfectly. One more thing, due to time planning and other important logistic things, we will not show all the video presentations which are available for the conference, but all those presentations, as well as all the material of the conference, they will be downloaded and available on the website, on the project team websites, so it will be always accessible and available for you. When you need it, you can analyze, you can raise questions based on that material, and so on. So now in front of me, I have three beautiful ladies, lecturers, for this session, who are ready to put forward interesting insights and important things. And we would like to start with a very important question, like a project which is in its completion stage and has been ongoing for 2 years. Assessment of that project, tackling certain aspects which could be highlighted by an evaluator, Mrs. Aurelia. She is Associate Professor of Vilnius University. What is the name of this center? Lithuanian Social Investigation Social Survey Center. This is the title. And about the change of the project, whether we have some outcomes we expected. Good afternoon to everyone. Good afternoon to those who are remotely connected. Thank you for the possibility to take the floor at this conference. But before I start, I would like to say that today, from the early morning, there were a lot of presentations, discussions, statements, and part of the ones who talked, they were the people who were involved in the project. They had directly involvement, and they are directly responsible for the outcomes and the results. The other people, they were simply people interested in this topic and this issue, who participate in different decision-making and the politics, but they are outside the project and they don't have any direct connection with the project. I am the person who is in between both groups at the same time, because on one hand, I saw this project being implemented, I could observe and monitor it. On the other hand, I haven't been involved in direct implementation of this project. So my presentation will evaluate the whole process, looking for externally, and I would like to point your attention to the aim of the project. It is to reduce the gender pay and pension gap. And to my mind, it's very important that this project also seeks to inform the society about the gender pay gap and pension gap and its influence on people's daily life. As it was mentioned during the greeting session, the legislation, strict control, it doesn't mean that it will lead us to our expected result. the results can be achieved by employees, employers, and informing the society. And as Rugilė said that maybe we started with not being aware how to talk. Now we have the terminology, now we have the concepts, how to name this problem, what words should be used and how it should be tackled and solved. Another thing which is also very important in evaluating this project, that the project took 2 years. It's a small span of time, but as Eglė Knickienė said in the morning in her presentation, in 2018 we had a bigger gender pay gap. Today, in 2020, it is close to 12%, so there is a reduction. We could not say that it's the result of this project, but we saw the results and outcomes of this project, which could have contributed to this reduction. The strongest side of this project is 3 institutions in partnership. It's a political institution, scientific institution, and NGO. And due to this fact, they could achieve those great results which were announced today and some outcomes which will be unveiled in the future. So this external evaluation, which I am trying to introduce today, the main thing is that it doesn't happen often in project implementation, and in my experience, it's the first project when project coordinators invited external evaluator at the very beginning of the project in order to have the evaluator present in all the stages of the project, so the product of the project would be monitored in the whole process and react accordingly. So it was a unique experience for me to be able to see all the processes ongoing, all the activities and all the products as an evaluator. What was the evaluation based on for this project? There are 4 main information sources. In formulating the outcome, these are the documents of the project, the main ones, and auxiliary. It is observation, the presentation in different events, in the meetings. And today I'm still on duty. I observe this meeting, the organization of this meeting or this conference. Of course, a communication among partners and members of the project team, and publicizing of all the products created in the course of this project implementation. Evaluation criteria. If we take the processes, the activities of the project, we can ask whether they are important, whether they are suitable for targeted audiences. When we talk about the efficiency of the project, we ask if it is focusing on the maximum possible result using adequate amount of resources. When we talk about effectiveness, we ask, did the project processes, activities, products achieve the intended result? And if we turn to sustainability, do the project processes, activities, products have certain potential to continue in the future? And I could actually evaluate a certain project, certain activities, several products of the project. If I take processes as an external evaluator where I could participate, so I observed administration, internal communication, external communication, and cooperation and co-creation of the project team. I will not go in detail to each of this process, but I want to mention that on one hand, the teams in the project really distributed the assignments very clearly. They shared and distributed their responsibilities and ensured that the administration could really handle all the processes. Internal communication was ongoing daily among the partners of the project. administration was also very concentrated. The main documents were prepared and developed for the strategy of publicizing. The plan for observation and monitoring was also prepared. Everything seemed to go on smoothly, but of course, like in any activity, there were critical situations where something had to be reacted to or tackled very rapidly. There were situations when certain trends had to be followed, how to share certain interests. So I was observing, and I saw in this project perfect control of conflicts, perfect coordination, ability to do everything in time and on time. If we talk about activities, you saw the results today, or maybe part of the results were announced today. You could talk about activities from different sides. On one hand, one of the main activities was survey in Lithuania, and you can discuss whether 10 organizations, 14 employers, 200 people would be representing the real situation, whether we can go to draw conclusions about Lithuania. On the other hand, we know what we have in those 10 companies, and we have a certain base to start further surveys. Talking about publicizing, training activities, we can state that you cannot do everything to the maximum, but it's a good beginning. The message has reached certain levels of the society. We saw some responses, reactions of people to certain messages. So it means that activities reached their targeted outcome. If to talk about the products of the project, each product can be taken separately, analyzed in detail. For me personally, website as a product is in Lithuanian. It is a certain restriction because we cannot share with our colleagues abroad, because either you have to translate it yourself or this information is missed, because most of the countries, when they have information in the national language, it is a restriction for sharing it. But I know that this website will be further on managed by the Women's Information Center. I also know from the documents that publicizing was following very clear steps from their policy, and the choices were based on logical, available information and using the adequate available resources. So not going too deep into the evaluation and having in mind that the project is not over yet, but certain project documents are still being prepared. So the last conclusion of the project would be that, to my mind, a very important project has been implemented in Lithuania. It is important for reduction of the gender pay gap and solving the increase of awareness of the society, giving enough information for the people to be aware. And we know that when you are aware, you can take steps, take actions. And the proper evaluation of the efficiency, effectiveness, and the creativity of the preconditions for sustainability. It means that all the reports have been developed properly, and it's very important that this project has a potential for further measures and tools, that the products created can be used in the future, and they have to be used in the future, without going too deep into the recommendations for the three parties, political, scientific, and NGO. I would like to say that it's very important to keep maintain the outcomes achieved. It's really a unique situation when you have a political institution cooperating with NGO or scientific institution, academic institution. The uniqueness will be increased if this cooperation would be sustainable, that the products created would not be put into a drawer, but there'll be some possibilities to coordinate it and to use in the future. Thank you for the possibility to observe the implementation of the project, and good luck for you in the future.
Ačiū labai, daktarė Aurelija Nadolskaitė, už
Thank-
motyvuojančias įžvalgas.
Thank you very much.
Dabar aš norėčiau.
Thank you very much to Dr. Aurelia for the insights. And next, I'd like to invite our presenter from abroad. We'll listen a presentation from Finland, Anonin Huma, who will introduce the situation in her country. And we know that the government on Finland is now headed by a woman, and they do have ambitious plan for the upcoming years.
Žiūrim.
Hello, it's my pleasure to be with you to discuss some of the good practices of Finland on the promotion of equal pay and equal pensions in Finland. Gender equality is an essential value of the Finnish society. The obligation to promote gender equality is based on the Equality Act that prohibits discrimination based on gender, gender identity, or gender expression. The objective of the Equality Act is to promote gender equality and to improve the status of women, particularly in working life. That said, gender-based segregation in working life is still considerable, even though women's level of education in Finland is higher than men's, and women and men participate in working life in quite similar rate. The gender pay gap is crucial and persistent gender equality issue in Finland. The gender pay gap between women and men is on average 16% in all labor sectors. The gap has narrowed very slowly, even though a lot has been done to improve the situation. Why is it so difficult to narrow the gender pay gap, even though women's level of education is very high in Finland? I would highlight especially the structural causes, such as the strong division between women's and men's work and occupations. We also have structural wage inequality in Finland, since the female-dominated occupations and industries systematically have lower wages compared to male-dominated occupations and industries. Narrowing the wage gap between industries has proven to be very difficult. Prohibitions of discrimination, prohibition of wage discrimination, and a demand for promoting equality in the workplaces with gender equality plans and pay surveys are all written into the Finnish Equality Act. These tools are fundamental in promoting equal pay. In addition, the government and the central labor market organizations, that is the trade unions and the employers' unions, have pledged to promote equal pay together. Since 2006, the government and the social partners have been carrying out the equal pay program to bridge the gender pay gap. Prime Minister Sanna Marin's government puts great emphasis on the equal pay for equal work. The gender pay gap will be bridged in the years 2020 to 2023 with an extensive collection of measures that includes improving the pay transparency in the Equality Act, various development projects and shared actions of the government and the central labor market organizations. Next, I will take a closer look at these measures. First, about pay transparency. It's difficult to intervene pay discrimination if there is no transparency on staff's wages. In workplaces, employee representatives will not be able to intervene the unjustified pay differences if there is no sufficient information available. All the employees should also be informed about the wages so that active discussions and interventions are possible in all workplaces. In Finland, pay transparency is a very topical issue, and we have had some initiatives relating to it. Regarding the current national legislation, we already have elements that are strongly connected with pay transparency. Especially, I would like to highlight our pay survey legislation. According to the Equality Act, the workplace gender equality plan must contain a pay survey. At present, in public sector, the wages are transparent, and on private sector, they are not. In Prime Minister Marin's government program, we have a strong commitment by the Finnish government to increase pay transparency in all sectors by amending the Gender Equality Act. The new legislative working group will start this month, and it is going to focus on rights to access pay information. We also have some research and development projects on equal pay. In the next few years, the government program objectives on equal pay will be advanced by a broad research and development project. This project will investigate the assessment criteria of the demands of work from the perspective of equal pay. The research will draw conclusions regarding to how the assessment of the demands of work should be standardized between different sectors and occupations, so that demands of female-dominated fields and occupations could be better recognized. The objective is to develop the payroll system so that they would better support equal pay for work of equal value. The research will be carried out partly as a pilot study in collaboration with labor market organizations, trade unions, and companies. There will also be an independent experts who will examine the effects of collective agreements and collective bargaining on equal pay. The research will conduct gender impact assessment on some of the main collective agreements. And this research will provide practical recommendations on the collective agreements. We will also continue with our tripartite equal pay measures. As I said, since 2006, the government and the central labor market organizations have been carrying out the equal pay program to bridge the gender pay gap. The negotiations for shared equal pay program for this term are currently ongoing. We also have a 2-year project on promoting gender equality in pensions. This project is co-funded by the European Union. The objectives of the project is to contribute, of course, to reducing the gender pension gap by raising awareness of the gender pension gap and underlying reasons for it. Also, it will focus on increasing information of the structures and choices affecting the pensions over the life cycle. And the target groups here are the soon-to-be parents and soon-to-retire people. When we look at the research from Finland, we can see that women's pensions are on average 1/5 lower than men's pensions. One of the outputs of the project is an online calculator developed and made available on the website of the Social Insurance Institution of Finland that provides the opportunity for parents to assess the impact of the future family leave on their personal pensions. So as you can see, there's a lot of things going on with equal pay and equal pensions in Finland. We really want to find new and more effective ways to bridge the pay gap and pension gap. Thank you very much.
Thank you to the lecturer from Finland. And now I would like to ask Jolanta Ringarde, European Institute for Gender Equality Program Coordinator, who will focus on how EU countries are trying to overcome the gap, the issue of gender pay gap. Good afternoon to all of you here and to those who are connected remotely. I would like to thank the organizers of this conference for the possibility to talk on this very important topic. We, in our institute, we are directly involved, we are not directly involved in the problematics of the pay gap. It's more this field for European Commission, and they work on it quite significantly. But the data, the statistics which we are involved in, they are on a more generic approach. Of course, they lead us to tackling this problem and addressing this problem. Also, this topic is one of the most complex issues. If we talk about the gender inequality, I will show a few figures. You saw a lot of figures from the very morning of the conference, but I would like to highlight a few things from this slide. The change from 2010 in pay gap, it's really minimum. It's about 1%. You see the data from 2016, the last data. Now the last ones announced are from 2017, and the gap is 15.8%. It's a minimum gap. The conclusion is that if we calculate how much investments have been done, how much has been invested into the projects, because they are funded for the possibility to close the gap. So within 10 years, we can say, to my mind, it's a zero change. So effectiveness of the investment is very clearly revealed by this figure. What is the other message by this slide? 1/3 of the 16% of the gap, more than 5%, they could be justified based on the available characteristics and grounds now. Based on the measured objective characteristics, 5% could be justified. For example, level of education, position, responsibilities, scope of responsibility, and so on. It's only 1/3 of this justified part of the gap. 2/3, based on the data and the assessments we do, those 2/3 cannot be justified. 2/3 of the gap cannot justify it. So it's related to certain practices. So either they are not transparent, or we face some discrimination, or maybe negotiations for the salary. They are not transparent. Child care and family care. Shortage of child care institutions, which for women and men to fall out of their career. There is quite a wide area of factors and elements which define or cause this pay gap, but we do not have objective justifications. So 2/3 of this gap cannot be justified or explained. For the people who are involved in measurements like Eurostat and other institutions, it's a very serious highlight, because they have to find the way how to measure that, how to justify those practices. But for now, they have not been measured. Next thing I want to talk is 16% is the so-called hourly pay gap or pay difference. But if we take If we evaluate how many hours men and women work per month, in general, if they work, how much they are employed, and how much they earn per hour, then this gender pay gap augments to 40%. It's very important what we take for the measurement. 5 times more women on the European level work part-time. Then it means that your hour becomes cheaper, your working hour becomes cheaper. So part-time jobs automatically, by default in many countries, it causes this gender pay gap. Working part-time, it is considered like a measure to balance work and family, and to some extent it could be taken as grounds for justifications. But if a woman doesn't go back to a full-time job from their part-time job, this really influences a very huge gender pay gap. We should be clear what pay we have in mind: monthly, annual, before taxation, after taxation. We have to be clear ourselves to determine which issue we're addressing, which issue we're tackling, what we want to close. I know we don't have much time. I would just like to take a look at this slide and look at the columns steeping up based on careers, on aging, and increasing the remuneration. You see that the gap is also increasing. In Lithuania and in EU, the worst situation, less favorable situation, is for women 40-49 years of age with university and education, who is willing to go in for some career. So if we take a man of in the same situation, the gender pay gap would be the biggest. In Europe, we have much more highly educated women than men, but due to those glass ceilings, they cannot reach certain positions, and women are paid not equally. These statistics could demotivate young women, because if you have higher education, it doesn't mean that you will be paid well, because you can see that the biggest gender pay gap is among highly educated men and women. And here you see the statistics indicating remuneration or pay gap for women and men in child care. If you take the very beginning of the graph, you see single people without children, but as soon as they start a family and they have children, the difference in pay or the pay gap is really big. And the last figure I would like to indicate, we have a lot of text here, but you don't have to read. When we talk about pay gap, we have to be really clear in defining what we have in mind. Do we have the basic salary remuneration, or including the premiums, bonuses, and other incentives? in all the it's very important to be clear whether you have just the basic salary or maybe you can aim for some bonuses and premiums and incentives for your extra work, working on holidays. And in this case, the statistics show that men get bigger bonuses and premiums. Basic salary in public sector, they are quite well regulated, but if we take the bonuses and incentives, there is no explanation in this public sector why there is this gender pay gap. But usually bonuses, premiums, and incentives are really influential if we take the final remuneration. Here we can see a few figures on the slide. I mentioned about part-time job. I will not tackle on this topic. It shows how many people in Europe work part-time. The difference is very huge. Some people are unemployed, out of the labor market due to some childcare or some family care, having in mind elderly people. The difference between men and women is very big, and I want to repeat myself that some things are not reflected in the outcomes due to elements and factors taken for measurements. How can we determine how childcare would influence gender pay gap later on? And then the segregation in education and in labor market. If we take engineering, sciences, there is some distribution between men and women. At the bottom, you see the social sciences, education, healthcare, and social care sectors. The president of the EU, when she started her term, one of the goals she had was to propose the directive for transparency in pay management. And this directive is under preparation, and this package of action will be presented at the end of October, in November. What will be included? It will be a directive, some legislation framework, and we will have some soft actions or measures which will not be involved with some mandatory legislation. Means they will include some wider fields. What are the main things? The three main things is the pay transparency measures, that the right to information, employers' obligation to inform and publish the range of the proposed remuneration in job advertisements, and gender-neutral job classification and evaluation. Now we have certain countries where employees have the right to get the information. For example, in Finland, they can have this information, it's accessible. But if I want to have information about my colleagues on the same position, my colleague has to give her or his consent, because the employer cannot provide the information without the employee's consent. It depends upon the scale of the company, and based on the employees' number, you can identify certain position or certain person or not. So this transparency and this legislation will be implemented within companies depending on their scale. The safety of the employee with respect to the protection of my information. I should be safe that I will not be depromoted and there will not be any measures taken to push me out of my position, because sometimes people are afraid to express their rights because of the possible consequences. Now the employer's obligation to inform, it has some different aspects. This obligation and this duty is enforced in several countries, and there is some legal framework for it. For example, in France, all the companies with minimum 300 employees, they have to prepare gender equality report. They have to have in their annual report, one of the sections is for the pay management. Other section is for the companies with 50 employees. They have different requirements for publicizing the wage management systems on gender equality. There are companies where this information is available through trade unions, representatives of the employees. They receive this information and they publicize it. In other countries, companies must provide this information on the internet in their websites. In other countries, this information is provided on request. If it's requested, it's announced, it's publicized. If not requested, no information available. How this tool, this measure will be implemented in Lithuania, it's a discussion. It is suggested to announce salary in all situations. It's a very weird situation when you have an interview and there is a question, how much would you like to earn? It's not only women. Even men sometimes they are not very brave to say I want this and that. So this practice should be eliminated. Negotiation for remuneration should be within a certain interval announced in advance. And classification, gender-neutral classification of the job positions. How we classify and assess the positions traditionally. We do have certain stereotypes. If we take, let's say, a policeman and a nurse, where are the main points? Where are the values highlighted? Which would get better paid? The easiest situation is when you have two people on the same position. But what should we do with those positions which are very different on different sectors, but they do create potentially added value in the society, and there's no secret that those jobs are paid differently. Another thing that the Commission has been highlighting, that to use proper legislation and terminology. What is pay? What is the pay gap? European legislation enforces having proper terminology and certain measures how to define the value. And European Court of Justice, they introduced 4 criteria: its competence, effort, responsibility, and the working conditions. To introduce those 4 criteria for evaluation of the work value. And the right to equal pay. On this point, the discussion is ongoing whether our right to get equal pay leave to an individual to take care of. Let's say if we face a situation when a person goes to court, defends his position, gets all the information. It used to be like this. And in European Union, we have only 2 or 3 cases when those pay cases would be announced and there would be some winning in those cases. So each individual faces a lot of difficulties. It's difficult to have the information, difficult to defend himself or herself, to pay all the taxes needed. So in those cases of discrimination, the proofs and investigation needs to be put on the employer's side to provide the possibility for collective claims, for different sanctions of fines to the company. Let's say in the Netherlands, different companies are excluded from different participations if they are violating this equality aspect. For example, if a person says, I feel that I'm discriminated, I do have some suspicions, I apply to the equal opportunity office and I ask to provide me with the information and ask this institution to represent me in court. So the aim is to take this burden from each individual and have different institutions representing in those claims. Now I wanted to mention also the pay gap calculations measures. Those measures also could be enforced and certain calculation measures could be created, and together with the social partners we could agree that such a calculation method could be used. Those calculation tools have different algorithms, quite complicated, and this tool could be used for people for self-assessment whether they have a proper payment for the job they do. I wanted to briefly talk on these points, but if we have more time, we can discuss on it. Thank you, Jolanta. And now I would like to give the floor for a lecturer from abroad. There is a presentation from international institution, how gender equality becomes a standard or the essential value, aiming for the sustainable development.
WBA is a multi-stakeholder alliance.
VBA – pasaulinės lyginamosios analizės alijantas ir mūsų vizija ir darbas siekia atlikti tinkamas lyginamąsias analizės, kurios padėtų privatų ir viešąjį sektorių atlikti tinkamą.
Can lead and enable systems change in every region. Our methodologies and indicators consider impact in 7 systems. We measure company policies and practices as well as supply chains. We need to tackle these systemic, social, economic and environmental issues. Urgent action now seems more pressing than ever. For us, this means helping companies translate the SDGs into concrete actions through our benchmarks. It also means keeping everything we do as a free public good so that everyone can join the transparency movement in holding the companies to account. This will help them to also build back better. And this is the systemic change we need to see for a planet that is fit for future generations everywhere.
The SDGs place people first. Companies must embrace this agenda and support human development in a way that respects the rights of workers and the wider community. To reflect this, WBA will assess 2,000 companies on a common set of core social expectations that all companies must meet. We'll also put a spotlight on specific issues that deserve deeper analysis. For example, through our gender benchmark, WBA will assess and compare the private sector's contribution to gender equality and women's empowerment. Gender inequalities persist globally. Companies are uniquely positioned to drive and promote gender equality and women's empowerment throughout their entire value chain. By measuring corporate gender impacts, WBA's gender benchmark aims to accelerate progress to closing the gender gap. It enables all stakeholders, from consumers to investors to business leaders as well as employees, to make informed decisions and encourage stronger corporate action on gender equality and women's empowerment. When women rise, so do we all.
In the first quarter of 2021, we aim to publish the Gender Benchmark, assessing the 36 most influential apparel companies. As an initial step, we have conducted a baseline assessment of gender data based on publicly available information. This report addresses the growing need for more visibility into the corporate gender impacts of these 36 apparel companies globally. Our key findings demonstrate that, firstly, gender data is invisible. Basic information with regard to the actions being taken to promote gender equality and women's empowerment is not being made publicly available. With all 36 companies assessed, disclosing less than 40% of the information that stakeholders expect to see. Secondly, it's time to drive transformative change. Companies focus primarily on avoiding gender-related impacts and disclosing what's legally required. But now is the time for companies to be proactive to achieve transformative change in the industry, to lead, not follow. Thirdly, a strategic approach to gender is the way forward. Achieving gender equality and women's empowerment requires companies to take an approach that is integrated across their entire value chain and considers the many dimensions affecting gender equality. Companies need to move beyond committing to gender equality and women's empowerment to carrying out their gender efforts in a strategic way.
One focus area of our work is the gender pay gap. Companies should actively seek to address pay inequalities and close the gap by measuring and publishing their gender pay gap and taking concrete steps to address the root causes. Our research demonstrates that companies tend to only report on their gender pay where it's mandated by law, with 36% of the companies assessed publishing the gender pay gap for their UK operations under UK law. However, only 2 companies were found to publish their overall gender pay gap. Until the private sector steps up by measuring and tackling the pay gap, gender equality will remain out of reach.
We also look at living wages in the supply chain. The payment of wages that are sufficient to provide a decent standard of living to supply chain workers is critical to reduce the pay disparities between men and women. Companies should require their suppliers to pay their workers a living wage, monitor their adherence, and take specific actions to ensure that workers receive a living wage. Our research demonstrates that only 3 of the 36 apparel companies assessed require suppliers to pay a living wage. If companies do not take action here, gender equality will be unachievable.
Looking to the future, we will conclude with 3 calls to action which are key to the achievement of gender equality and women's empowerment. First, to business. There is a need for a transparency revolution in the private sector, particularly in relation to corporate gender data. We ask that you embrace the gender benchmark and learn from it as you align your practices for our planet's future. Greater transparency in relation to corporate gender impacts is essential to making the invisible visible. Second, to governments. We look forward to your assistance in advancing a decade of disclosure amongst businesses by introducing gender reporting requirements to ensure gender equality is at the heart of the pandemic recovery. And third, to civil society. We ask that you remind governments and businesses alike about the importance of taking a gender transformative approach in order to contribute to the achievement of the SDGs. For our part, we commit to transforming businesses while working with our allies, civil society and governments. We aspire to be the accountability mechanism to reach the SDGs.
Thank you very much for our foreign lecturers. And now we come back to Lithuania, and as you remember, Jolanta Reingardės presentation, it stated that the gender pay gap is increasing with the among higher education people. And now I would like to ask representatives from Vilnius University to express their position where they have really highly educated women. Good afternoon. Thank you for the possibility to talk in this conference and to present our position. And as you see in this slide, my topic is gender pay gap at Vilnius University. And on the slide, you can see this abbreviation SPARE. It's a project where Vilnius University is in partnership for the gender equality planning, and in the course of this project we will try to get to know different differences, identify and highlight problems in Vilnius University. And before going into detail about those differences, which as if are innate and decoded in the title of this presentation, I would like to mention several specific things which are relevant for the academic field. Vilnius University pays equal salaries for women and men, that's one. What it means that the staff salary is the same for certain position, irrespective of the gender, and other types of remuneration. And the procedure for remuneration is quite complex in academic world. It's not just for the university of ours, but in general, we should talk about that, we should take it as an academic field. There are different bonuses, premiums for administration positions, for additional work in this field. And finally, we have financing of different research projects, then the remuneration according to the position at the university. So the system of remuneration as such, or the data, they become really complex and difficult to analyze. And I have to say that they might change in the course of time. This equality and the procedure defined ensures the equality. Going back to the presentation that we have just heard, the procedure is defined in our internal documents, and it's available to all the individuals in our institution. So we do have enough of information among the employees. And here in the slide, you can see the data from 2018, and this difference in average salary of academic staff, men and women, it amounts to 17%. Here we have average salary. And as I've mentioned before, the procedure is complex, so each year could be different, the data could be different, because financing of different research and scientific projects could be different, distribution of the funding could be different, then the top management distribution with respect to men and women could be different. If we talk about the pay gap, and if they are equal, and we are still facing certain reasons, we try to evaluate those reasons based on the positions. And among our staff, we have pedagogical positions, we have scientific positions, and there's certain distribution among men and women on the top positions in scientific or pedagogical departments, and also this distribution among men and women in top management of the university. And here you see the academic staff and their difference in their salary on a certain year indicated. On this slide, you see more details according to the pedagogical positions and the scientific staff. And as you see, the biggest gap or the biggest difference is on the top positions. It's about 10%. Of course, we have average figures here, and the calculation is based on all the salaries and divided by a certain number of employees. And so the difference we see is about 10%. We could relate it most probably to the fact that a professor as a position, it's more a male position, and their staff salary is bigger. So not to finish with some pessimistic, in the pessimistic mood, I want to add that Vilnius University identifies the differences, whatever they are, and in our administration we have a separate special position and a department which is dealing with these issues, and we have an approved gender equality strategy, and within this project sphere, we expect certain progress, allowing us to create a proper gender equality strategy, and we expect that we will close that gap successfully. Thank you for your attention. What do you have in mind by saying pedagogical staff and scientific staff? Scientific staff, the people working on scientific positions.
Taip, aš suprantu.
Yes, I do understand, and looking at figures, it seems like they don't match. But when calculating, we looked at the overall wage of our staff, and we didn't show all kinds of professors, but we also have to keep in mind that our staff doesn't work all hours at the university. They have different schedules, and we adjusted for the amount of work done. Of course, you don't have to listen to me, but I believe that you shouldn't present figures like that, because you cannot have average which is higher than the difference between the highest category. Yes, the methodology is wrong, and please trust me, my longest experience in also calculating wages by genders suggests that the methodology is wrong. So that's my recommendation to you. And I've worked at the University of Vilnius University all my life, almost my entire life, and I'd like to say that I'm very glad about this transparency. And during the time where I was employed at the university, the approximate was the year 2000. At the very beginning of the independence, there was a lot of transparency, but then there were no objective criteria. Additional payments were paid. Nobody knows what for, to people friendly with the dean, etc. So I'm talking quite openly, but these are 3 years that I have not been receiving wages from the university. I'm an affiliated researcher, and I don't know about such issues, but I'm very glad if you've returned back to the transparency. Maybe I could respond. Talking about the differences in the figures, as I mentioned, this slide does not show partnership professors and other partners. It's very difficult to calculate the differences because it depends very much on the level of department and differences in hours. And the difference of the teaching staff, if you see greater differences, mathematically, the difference is larger. But talking about your experience, it's very hard to comment. You've experienced what you've experienced, but currently we have procedures for wages, and we adhere to them, and they specify what jobs mean additional payments and benefits and payouts, and everything is based on competition as well principle.
Do you want to say something, Jolanta? You keep on talking. We will hear you. Unfortunately, the interpreters cannot hear. Do you have any data which would reflect the COVID-19 situation? Because researchers on the European level, they do have a certain opinion about the lockdown of the institutions and working from home, and when the people and the children stay at home, the biggest burden is on the women's shoulders. And now the first data already summarized what was the outcome. Certain fields could work further on remotely. For men, it was like 4 hours working at home, continuous work, and for women, it amounts only to half an hour because they are constantly interrupted. And a lot of universities should think that they should change the criteria for measurement and evaluation because they are really unjust with respect to women. Because when you stay at home, childcare is fully on women. Especially when women have to take care of smaller children, it's very difficult to be in proper competition with the men and to have the same results. And I believe that this COVID-19 situation will reveal certain different tendencies and data. Now, do you have in Lithuania this discussion among women researchers how this situation, COVID-19 situation, is reflected and whether we should change those criteria, make them a little bit looser? Because the consequence is that, let's say, a researcher, a woman, she will not be able to finish certain theses or papers or surveys. Do you know if there are any surveys and discussions on this topic? Within our project, we haven't talked on this topic yet. I can simply say that this message which you have just conveyed, we hear about that on a global level, but we ourselves have not assessed that. Firstly, we had to identify the issues within our institution and start moving from that point forward, having in mind those the points which I tackled in my presentation. Thank you very much, Ms. Daiva, and we want to continue our discussion by inviting our next lecturer. When we talk about gender equality, we usually look up to Scandinavian countries, and our lecturer from Sweden, Mrs. Ann, from Stockholm University, she's an expert on gender equality, and she will express some critical insights and comments regarding gender equality in Sweden.
Man atrodo, jos yra 2, ne? Ne, čia 100, va.
I will address the questions of gender equality and the gender pay gap in Sweden. I will do so first looking at some historical policies that have affected the situation we have today. Then I will present a critique of them, some numbers from the workforce in relation to gender today, an intersectionality, feminist critique of what I've said so far. And then I will conclude with some final remarks. Gender equality politics in Sweden has been enforced since the late 1960s. In a climate where increased social justice was discussed all over the world, but also a growing economy in Sweden needed more people in the workforce. Some policies were introduced to help women work. One of those was the ending of joint taxation in Sweden, where couples were no longer taxed together. This encouraging women who made less than men to still work, since they would earn more of the money. This happened in 1971, and a year after, in 1972, the government decided to expand the preschool system to give all children a preschool placement. Of course, this policy meant that it would be possible for women with small children to also join the workforce. Despite the decision, it took some years for this to be realized, and during the 70s and also early 80s, there were a lot of protests against the lack of preschool placements. In 1979, the law for equality between men and women in the workplace was passed, which meant that it was made illegal to pay women less than men. In 1991, it was changed to the gender equality law that also outlawed, for example, sexual harassment. And in 2009, the law was changed to the anti-discrimination law that also extended these policies to include other hierarchies of power, such as ethnicity, religion, age, sexual orientation, and gender identity. These three reforms have been steps on the way to diminish the gender pay gap in Sweden, but also to encourage more women and minority genders to enter the workforce. Some critiques of the gender equality politics have been uttered by different researchers. And for example, Anna Ball has argued that while the idea of equality proposed from the 1960s onward also actually addressed men's role in the home and other power dynamics like class, most political interventions in Sweden have been focusing on women, which have sort of made women the subject of gender equality policy. Some research have described this as resulting in women changing by entering the workforce and doing other things, while men being kind of the same, causing the care work to largely remain with women. So while women have worked more and more and been paid more and more, they have also kept on doing the unpaid work at home with, for example, children, the elderly, cleaning, cooking, and so on. I will move on to some current numbers. If you look at all sectors, depending on a little bit how you count, in 2018, women who work earn between 89 and 95% of what men earn in Sweden. And this is fairly good in international comparison. If we look more closely at these numbers that are concerned with occupational groups that require higher education, you can see that in all sectors, but more in some than others, men still do earn more than women. Also, in 2017, women's median income all through the population was 83% of men's median income. This number counting those who do not work and adjusting for those who work part-time. This is the same source as the previous slide, looking at comparison between men and women in occupational groups that normally do not require a higher education, where you can also see that differences persist, even if differences sometimes are fairly small. So, from looking at how the numbers are placed today in Sweden, I would also like to comment on the fact that Sweden has a growing income gap that is not related to gender. What's meant by this is that all statistics have shown that the differences between those that earn little and those that earn a lot have been growing in Sweden since the early 90s. And here are some examples of how this might look. For example, The report that you can see if you follow the link below says that at-risk of poverty rate in Sweden has grown from 7% to 15% in about 20 years. So that's double. Also, in 2017, fairly recently, foreign-born persons had an economic standard that corresponded by 77% to Swedish-born persons, while in 91 this was 90%. So the gap economically between people born abroad and people born in Sweden has widened. This points to an increased inequality based on ethnicity and nationality in the Swedish context. And while these numbers do not crunch gender at the same time, other statistic reports have proven that some of the poorest people in Sweden are single mothers that have been born outside of Sweden. To conclude, since this is a very short talk, I would like to emphasize a few points. The obvious reason for working towards a smaller gender pay gap is of course that no one should be paid less or treated worse because of their gender. But many employers in Sweden have also argued that diversity and having several genders employed in the workforce is a quality building activity that also increases productivity. While Sweden has been fairly successful in politically diminishing the gender pay gap over the last 50 years, I have argued that this has been achieved by providing both motivation to work, for example, by changing the taxation law, and the ability to work by providing preschool placement, and also making gender discrimination illegal. It is thus not enough just to make it illegal, one also has to provide the opportunity for everybody to work. And it's important to work with policy and support in different areas to achieve gender equality, if one wants to believe the Swedish model. Finally, I would like to argue that if the goal is to achieve equality for all, with gender equality, and not only for the middle classes born in the country, a more complex analysis and policies are still in demand in Sweden, since the small gender pay gap does not correspond to a small pay gap in terms of class and ethnicity. And with that said, I have spoken for 9 minutes. It was very hard to make such a short video, and I hope that this will help you in some way in discussing gender equality policies today in Lithuania. Thank you so much.
Thank you, our participants from Sweden, those who were remotely connected on the internet. You were on a winning position because we believe you had a better sound than we over here. Anyway, all the presentations, the ones we presented now and the remaining ones you can find on the conference website and on the websites of the project partners. And now, using my right as a moderator, I will not ask for some questions. I will ask my guests myself. And if we reflect on the last presentation from Sweden about the measures for the equality of women, do you have any comments on the last presentation? I believe that those measures should be addressed not to men or to women, to certain structures, because the reasons are structural. And the main thing is that if within the education sector we do have some low pays, and each man within the sector, he will be paid less. So part of the men will never have as their target to go to the education system, to kindergarten or preschool. institutions. But if we talk about the gender pay gap, I see a lot of structural problems. And if we tackle them, if we address them, then men and women both will benefit. It's not only a solution for some female problems or some male problems. I do understand what the lecturer from Sweden had in mind, what was the background of this whole issue. Of course, in Lithuania, we quite often talk on different issues and try to introduce that mostly women are in unfavorable situation, and we have to take certain steps to tackle those issues. If we talk about violence against women and so on. But if we focus on the pay gap, it's mainly related to the structural problems. In my presentation, I talked more about transparency in the pay systems. For me personally, it seems strange that on the European level, it's decided that this problem has to be tackled and addressed. Then there is another document which is still in the drawer about the quotas. This document should have a direct influence on closing the pay gap, but this document is still not developed and not introduced, even though the problems are really closely related. So I believe this problem should be addressed in a more complex way. Just transparency in the companies. It's okay, people will be more aware, there'll be more claims, more fines. All of this is fine, but this problematic, I believe it should be analyzed on a wider scope. Segregation in the education system is really topical, and this is one of the indicators which draws Lithuania as a country down. And this segregation to different sectors, and it doesn't change in many years already. Vertical segregation, the most feminized sector. But still, look at that. Who are in charge in these sectors, who are in top management. So I believe the problematic should be addressed on a wider scope. Could you please pass the microphone to another participant? It's not the only comment from my side, but I understand this saying that policy is addressed towards men. Let's say introduction of paternity leave. It is actually a policy targeted to men because they could contribute also to childcare. There will be some balance between mothers and fathers. In the future, it would be nice to have it on 50-50 base, but anyway, this parent leave would contribute to balance between mothers and fathers, this childcare. It's not enough to have more kindergartens, and that would be a big help for women. But this is not the only change we should aim for. Second thing is men avoiding humanitarian positions. Survey shows that not all men are really engineering-minded or technology-minded, have good skills on that field. Some men who in the future could be very good nurses, very good social workers, and so on and so forth, they do not go anywhere. They fall out from the labor market, from their field, because they lack the skills and competences to be constructors or engineers. So if we have more men for the so-called female professions, of course the society would be more focused on this issue and the solution. And I believe that In such a situation, the pay would be increased for those positions also. So those two measures would be able to address the gap closing. Do you want Aurelia to add something? I couldn't finalize my thought in my head, but I recall the first initiatives regarding measures for gender equality in research and scientific institutions. And while introducing special measures addressing women's experience, women's situation, in order to aid them to be within their labor market and to follow the career. And I believe at the beginning of 2000, discussions were started that those measures which are addressed to support women, they give localized result on a certain field, on, let's say, scientific sector. And only then, as Jolanta said, we started addressing it on a wider scope with some structural changes, not just localized specific measures. Another idea which was addressed in the last presentation, which is also topical for Lithuania, have in mind that gender pay gap also correlates with the pay gap as it is. The pay gap in Lithuania is the biggest. Pay gap is the biggest in Lithuania, maybe 7.5 times. It reveals a huge difference in income.
And the fact that we have this growing gap between wealthy and less or little wage earners, we need to address that issue as well via taxing system or something, some other measures, because that could also contribute to closing the gap, the gender pay gap. And that would be beneficial to both genders. And in Lithuania, we have this widening gap between different social classes, and this correlates very closely to gender issue. We keep looking at the criteria gender, but we still need to remember that in some layers of the society, certain groups, and especially women, can be particularly vulnerable, such as single mothers. And we do have other also factors that come into play. We have another question. Hello, everyone. I have two questions to two presenters, to Dr. Nagauskaitė. And thank you very much for your analysis. And I wanted to ask, as an external assessor, and I look at the solutions offered in your project, you have two very abstract statements to establish in legislation equal pay and equal opportunities statements, but they already exist, and this is only declarative, and it's not enough. Than to eradicate segregation by gender. It sounds very declarative, so shouldn't you have offered something more specific, or there was nothing else to offer? And Dr. Ingaudė, as representing the European Commission, as Gender Institute, so thank you very much for your efforts, and it was an interesting observation that over the period of 10 years we see no progress. So the question is, what's wrong with what we're doing? What are we doing wrongly to miss the target? because we see that the figures or the definition of the gap in Romania, they have 3% pay gap, but it doesn't mean that Romania is very progressive in terms of human rights. So what should we do to no longer have these naked figures and how to dress them with content? I'm not quite sure whether I understood your question, because I was trying to understand where from did you get these solutions. It's from the solutions of the project. I think that's from the printed material. But I read information from somewhere else, from the description and the project publicity measures. The project aimed to analyze the situation, and Myklos Romeris University has introduced the situation and the causes. And next to that, another key aim was the national campaign to inform the public not only about the existence of the gap, because sometimes a person dies not knowing that they've been discriminated on their lives, but we want to inform the public and explain what should be done. Without a doubt, there were some seminars, training sessions, discussions, information campaign, and Rugilė showed some efforts. And I believe this project brought this educational message, and together it brought some practical instruments. Logib methodology, empirical studies, and possibilities for further development of such research. So some steps are being made, and I hope that I answered your question. And what you underlined, I'm going to look into. Thank you very much for drawing my attention.
Before replying to my question, it's very important not to have principles. It's probably in the European Union agreement enrooted. As the Justice Court of the European Union explained, we have to have proper definition of what is the equal value work. If we have different positions, like senior or junior assistant, but when we say equal valued work, and we have legislation for this proper terminology and notions, what do we mean by saying equal pay for equal work? What do you mean by saying pay? What we take by legislation for calculation of this pay? If I work in a nursing sector and I feel discriminated because I do the same work or better work than somebody in some other sector, and if I start comparing that for this position and for that position you have to have certain competences, you have night shifts, you have this and that, and then if I apply to court, how can we compare ourselves, and to whom we can compare? At the moment, we have this stop for an evaluation of the content of the work value. That's why we have this difference in certain positions and discussions. We, as the Institute of Gender Equality in the European Union, we have this question: how it happens that a lot of more funds have been allocated for the structural funds, funding different projects, infrastructure, and also we have some infrastructure projects which fund certain supervision institutions and so on and so forth. How do we face this situation that they have aims on gender equality, but finally, now as we say that pay gap doesn't show any change. But if we take 10 years and analyze the gender equality, and we see very slow movement, even though the investment is in billions. The thing is that all those financial instruments, they do have this precondition that for a member state to receive some funding, they must have gender equality plan. Each country has it. And in order to and they have to have the aim to reduce gender pay gap. And when a member state complies with this precondition, they can have funding. And then the problem is that there is no monitoring and evaluation. So in this case, the so-called gender mainstreaming, it's not implemented and fulfilled to the final extent. So how should we make gender impact assessment, gender budgeting, how to introduce all those gender aspects in different mechanisms and instruments, so it doesn't remain just the aim, but that this aim would be reached within the implementation period and in the outcomes. Otherwise, this money would be a waste, and we don't have the significant and visible changes we expect. As far as I know, there are very big discussion ongoing and even a movement that for the next financial mechanism, which will start in 2021 until 2027, there'll be gender budgeting included. So that we don't have just a targeted amount to fund the gender equality, which would reach member states through structural funds. But this gender equality would become this horizontal priority. For example, the strategy for controlling climate change. They are integrated, those criteria and indexes, in all the legislation and documents. And so it's very important to observe, to monitor the projects implemented. In this case, we are not inventing a wheel. There is certain methodology used already in climate control, and we can take it as a good example. So we want to transfer it to the gender equality field and to have this horizontal and cross-sectional principle. So the money is used to the best extent possible. And our institute has been applied for to get recommendations. How can we introduce that through structural funds? Now the structural funds will have targeted funds for gender equality, so gender mainstreaming would be from A to Z implemented, including observation and monitoring and supervision. It cannot be stated we will have 2 men and 2 women in our project and we are happy that we in balance gender-wise, but we don't have the equality. It doesn't mean that we have 2 men and 2 women in your team. It doesn't mean anything. The content has to be valuable. So discussions are ongoing, but we do have to understand that it requires time. It is a time-consuming process. It requires some break in mentality, some restart in mentality for people to understand the value of those measures and projects. We cannot say this topic is being opposed, but we do have room for improvement.
Įsijungtas turbūt. Turėtų veikti.
Gerai. Viena tai atsakant į Arno klausimą, Aurelija.
Responding to what Arna said to Aurelia, today we spoke quite a lot about the topic, and we heard some speakers mentioning professional segregation, and the project has quite declarative statements, but we have so many measures and instruments that they cannot fit into one-page description. And of course, you cannot write everything in this short brochure. And then addressing the question about the policy, we were discussing whether we should write policy or policies, because every place of employment has their own policy or not, but they should. And what we spoke about in relation to publicizing wages, regarding making them more transparent, etc. But I don't know how this could be done quickly. And another question to which I'd like to draw your attention to, in the last presentation from Sweden, maybe we've forgotten and maybe we didn't pay much attention, but she named 3 key measures for gender equality. And number 1 was transfer from joint taxation to individual taxation. If we have no individual taxation, we have no possibility of gender equality. It would be impossible. What do you have in mind, Giedre, when you mentioned to the audience? Maybe it would be interesting. What I wanted to say that in Lithuania we have a very dangerous trend, and happily it's only coming from non-systemic parties, but we keep hearing this talk about family taxation, and that's the danger, because that's so outdated that it's been forgotten. In some countries they still have remnants of it, but sometimes I hear in debates, because we are going to have parliament elections very soon, but you have in mind that these are joint taxations for a family rather than individually taxed citizens. Yes, because in those countries they have progressive taxation, and in such systems it's better for a woman not to work at all than to work and be taxed more as a family. So this system actually could lead to women dropping out of the labor market, and which is quite dangerous, and we don't want that in our country. Yes, this could birth certain situations, such as in Germany, for example, that if a woman leaves for maternity leave and she doesn't have income rather than maternity benefits, and if we look at a family as a man and a woman, and the taxes drop for the man. But once she starts working, the taxes for the man would rise. And then they have these family discussions, the husband telling to a wife, you shouldn't go back to work because it's going to cost us more. And then we'll have to pay for the kindergarten, we'll have to pay for transportation, and then it's going to cost more for you to work than not to work. So this policy was criticized on the level of the EU. And this family income was very much related to the model of a family with a man as a breadwinner. And I do agree with Giedre, we would go back 100 years, so to the model, family model with a man as a breadwinner. And I'm very sorry if you have such discussions during your debates. Maybe you would it's in a family, you should probably feel differences in income because you or your husband does something wrong or something better, but not because one of you goes back to work or not. So we have experience that can be used. Daiva, did you want to add something? Yes, talking about the measures and policies, I believe that targeting policy to one of the genders is not going to be very effective. We do need a policy that would target the equality principle and that would change the culture. And we know that culture doesn't change very quickly. It requires time, such shifts. We do still have quite traditional culture, and policies are formed by people who don't see this issue as a priority, unfortunately. I hope that we'll at least be able to maintain some continuity and hopefully will ensure some continuity in our efforts, that at least we won't worsen the situation. I don't know, maybe with this summation, we could finalize this very important and valuable event, our national conference, Equally Worth. Thank you very much to all of you who joined us via the web and our guest speakers. Thank you and goodbye.